Deep behind the baseline is Draper on set point for Sinner, and he's got the set. Jannik Sinner has not lost a match this year when he has won the first 2 sets. And he is 1 set away from a berth in the U.S. Open final. He leads Jack Draper 2 sets to love. Second serve from Draper, the backhand return. Sinner, it's a winner, and it is Jannik Sinner into the U.S. Open final. That was a few moments ago here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. And that match, attritional, grueling, grinding, gutsy, whatever you want to call it, that's what we're going to be remembering from that match. Jack Draper entered this semifinal not having lost a set in this U.S. Open. It was Jannik Sinner's first ever U.S. Open semifinal, just the 3rd Italian man in the Open era to get to the semifinals. First set was long. Second set, as we said, it had a bit of everything. Most notably, Draper getting sick, as you hear some hitting on the court behind us. Draper getting sick, literally, on court. And then you saw Sinner take a tumble during one of the Sinner fall. I want to talk about that for a moment. That whole point was one of the crazier points you'll see. He fell, so everybody was watching. Oh my gosh, he's down. He's shaking out his wrist. But he managed to get up and hit this incredible winner to win the point.
It was the most spectacular point you'll ever see. It'll be rewatched many, many, many times. But yes, it ended with just a nuclear forehand from almost the back fence, forehand cross-court pass after taking the tumble. And he didn't show that much elation, even though it was such a spectacular shot, because he was immediately so concerned if he'd done some damage to his left wrist.
Yeah, the incredible shot got lost in everything, because when I was watching, I didn't notice the fall as much as I was like, oh my God, one of the best shots of this event. Though I would give Mahova she's got a bunch of highlight reel shots for this U.S. Open.
Yeah, so once Sinner was able to find a way through that set, it really looked like Draper. That's where the real physical struggles began. And as that third set went on, there's the thought about, okay, those were 2 grueling sets. That second set was 89 minutes. But Draper just did not look right. The more and more the match started, and we started to think about when they took the court, and we said, wow, Draper looks like he's already done a full workout, and we wondered, was he carrying some kind of illness? As the third set went on, Draper was just completely out of gas, and it was really one-way traffic for Sinner with little resistance from Draper. But it is Jannik Sinner into the U.S. Open final on Sunday, and he will play an American. So we are going to take a quick preview of that men's semifinal, the second men's semifinal that we will begin our coverage at the top of the hour. We're not sure the match will begin at the top of the hour just because of that long day session. It's a separate ticket, so they are clearing out Arthur Ashe Stadium, and they've got to let a whole new set of fans in to watch 2 Americans, Taylor Fritz and Frances Tiafoe. And as they were saying, I think it was Frances who said it the other day, they first played each other in the boys' 14s. And, these are 2 of the guys, along with Tommy Paul and Riley Opelka. They have been touted for over a decade as the next big thing for American tennis. We've seen Tiafoe get to a semifinal. Here we saw Tommy Paul do it in Australia. We saw Ben Shelton, who's younger than these guys, get to a semifinal here last year. But we had not seen Taylor Fritz make it to a major semifinal until he had the breakthrough here. He's now into the last 4 after beating Alexander Zverev. Macca, Fritz has been rock solid in this U.S. Open.
And no one's been more impressive than Taylor, I would say, on this journey to the semifinals. And tonight, he has I believe, a 6-1 record head-to-head over Frances. So he will take a lot of confidence from that. But you have to factor in that magical New York feeling that Frances can channel those New York superpowers of his to make it an epic contest, I'm sure.
Elise, not only, sorry to cut you off, not only is he 6-1 against Tiafoe head-to-head, the only time Frances won was the first time they played. That was Indian Wells 2016, where Tiafoe would have just turned 18 years old. Fritz was 18, going to be 19 later that year.
Yeah.
So, doing some math. That's a dangerous proposition.
For me as well.
Yes, very dangerous. So that's a long time ago. They have played 6 times since then. Fritz has won all of them. He beat him in a final in Tokyo. That was 2 tight sets, tie-break sets. But when you're a player, and you take the court, it's the classic nobody beats Vitas Gerulaitis 17 times in a row. Frances Tiafoe might be saying nobody beats me 7 times in a row. Are you thinking, okay, this guy has my number, or are you thinking, if you're the guy who's won 6 times in a row, that, hey, I've got to do this, or who has that mental edge when you look at that head-to-head?
Well, of course, the head-to-head, Taylor's got to have confidence going out against Tiafoe. But, and the big but is, and Frances says, none of those matches matter because this is New York, and this is the U.S. Open, and he's dubbed it his house, even though he's got to share his house with Fritz tonight. But look, I think the X's and O's favor Taylor Fritz when you do the breakdown, maybe slightly, but Frances, just an incredible athlete, and just loves the stage, loves the big stage. So it's going to kind of even out, and I think this could be, in the end, anyone's match.
I think, my personal opinion here, it's 2 Americans. I think it's going to be a pretty decidedly pro-Tiafoe crowd because Fritz has only played in Ashe once in this U.S. Open. It's where he beat Zverev, impressive win, but he loves playing on Armstrong, so he had won all of his matches out there. But, Fritz is, the way he approaches his tennis, he's not drawing as much and playing to the crowd as much as Tiafoe does. So I think Tiafoe, over the years, you go back to when he beat Nadal here, some of the big matches he's played over almost 10 years here. He played Roger Federer here a long time ago when Federer was at the peak of his powers. I think it's going to be a pretty firmly pro-Tiafoe crowd. I don't know if that'll bother Taylor necessarily. They're not going to be hostile towards him, but I think there's going to be more support for Frances Tiafoe. But it does seem, Macca, like that is become, part of the Tiafoe cake that's baked into it, is getting that energy from a New York crowd.
Yeah, exactly. I'd say he's got a modern-day Jimmy Connors love affair with this crowd, so he'll be orchestrating them and being a conductor out there as he plays some mercurial tennis, which he always does. So it's going to be tough for Taylor. I've won 6 times in a row, but this wouldn't be a good time to have my streak broken right now on the verge of making a U.S. Open final.
You look at how they got to the final. Of course, Mike Cation, Leif Shiras, they'll have all the action of the semifinal. You look at what Tiafoe did. He beat Alex Kovacevic, one of the promising young Americans, in 4 sets. Alexander Shevchenko, he led 2 sets to love when Shevchenko retired early in the 3rd. The much-anticipated matchup with Ben Shelton. Tiafoe won that from 2 sets to 1 down. He came back to win set 4 and set 5. Then he beat Alexei Popyrin, fresh off Popyrin's win over Djokovic and fresh off Popyrin's title in Montreal. And then Grigor Dimitrov. They were in a pretty entertaining tussle wherein Grigor unfortunately got hurt and ultimately had to retire down 4-1 in the 4th set. For Fritz, it's been far more straightforward because, as you said, Mac, maybe nobody's been more impressive than Taylor Fritz. Camilo Ugo Carabelli in straight sets, just a shade under 2 hours. I think the most impressive win was how he handled Matteo Berrettini. Berrettini, a very capable player. He's been had some bad luck with injuries, but former semifinalist here who carried some decent form into this U.S. Open. Fritz tore him apart in Armstrong in their second-round match. He beat him 6-3, 7-6, 6-1. Then he beats Francisco Comasana, a clay court guy, in 2 hours. Casper Ruud in 2:43 in 4 sets. And then that was an impressive win over a former runner-up here in Sasha Zverev in the quarterfinal to get to this maiden U.S. Open semifinal. So 2 very impressive, but also very different roads to the last 4.
And you think that's only the route to the semis for him. He had to beat Berrettini, he had to beat Ruud, and he beat Zverev. Those are 3 really big, solid wins, and taking out Zverev was huge in that last match. And Taylor's, I just feel like he has been slowly and steadily building to this moment. And this is a guy, I mean, they both have worked so hard, but Taylor has worked so hard and incrementally improved every area of his game. And we'll see how he handles this moment under the lights at night against his friend. And I love what Frances said. Frances said, I'm happy for him, and I know he's happy for me. These guys really are friends, but I think coming out here tonight, it's going to be war.
First time in 19 years, 2 American men in a U.S. Open semifinal. That was when Andre Agassi beat Robbie Ginepri. And Taylor Fritz, somebody who won the boys title here 9 years ago. Frances Tiafoe, as we said, he won Les Petites As. He won the Junior Orange Bowl. So these are 2 guys who've come up through the system. But something Elise said, Mac, just about how Fritz has gotten, just the progressive growth of Taylor Fritz's game over the last, I would say, since 2022, you go back to when he beat Nadal to win Indian Wells, Fritz has been so consistent. And, that's a big credit to him, big credit to Michael Russell and Paul Annacone and what they've done and how he has changed his game. Is it a game, finally, before we leave this match, how is it a game that could put him in the U.S. Open final?
Well, I just think both players have great synergy with their coaches. I mean, I think the new combination of Frances Tiafoe and David Witt is clearly paying dividends for Frances. They're on fire together, and Mike Russell has done just a spectacular job with Taylor, gradually refining his game, and now he can do it all. He can come to net now and finish with some deft touches. I think his lateral and north and south movement has been a big improvement as well. So he's put in the hard yards, as they say. So they're both really at the peak of their powers right now, and it's just going to be an epic, dramatic semifinal.
I've got to ask you, who do you think the X's and O's favored, or do you not, or do you just think it's anyone's match?
Well, when you've got a 6-match winning streak over somebody, the X's and O's definitely favor Taylor Fritz. I mean, he's got a very, very damaging return, and he could inflict some punishment any time Frances misses a first serve. So that's a little bit of a factor. And Taylor's forehand cross court is one of his best shots, and that'll be a challenging little pattern for Frances to counter. Does he stay in the cross court forehand rally a long time, or does he try and redirect down the line? That'll be certainly, I think, a pattern that Taylor Fritz's team will be hammering home, trying to win the forehand-to-forehand battle.
How about this thought before we leave it off and hand off to Mike Cation and company for that second semifinal? We talked about the concern with Jannik Sinner after that fall with the wrist injury, but he's through to the final, and hopefully he's able to go on Sunday. If you're Jannik Sinner or somebody on his team, who do you want to see in the final on Sunday? Are you feeling better about one matchup than another?
Well, I think that their team it's all about Jannik. They know he can do it. He does have a fairly good winning record against Frances, I believe 4-1, just 1-1 with Taylor Fritz. But I think they're just so relieved that mission accomplished today. We're in the finals. Now tomorrow, let's have a productive day. Let's try and just get our groundies just feeling nice and grooved, get our footwork sharp. Hopefully he's feeling 100% healthy. And then it's just whoever's in that final, let's just bring it. I know I can do it if I bring my best.
I don't think they care, and I think what they're probably most relieved at is seeing how Sinner has handled the moment. He has had a rough couple of months. We didn't know about it, but he has, and was so relieved to basically be out here, being able to play after the issues with the Klobostal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Banned substance.
I'm close. The banned substance. And I think they're relieved to see how he's responded. And he's responded like a pro. He has compartmentalized it and has focused on his tennis. And it's very impressive.
Yeah, really, with the exception of that first set against Mackie McDonald in his first round match, he has played like the world number 1 that he is. He is a U.S. Open finalist as he beat a unwell Jack Draper in 3 sets, 3 grueling sets in the first semifinal today in Arthur Ashe Stadium. But we've got another semifinal to come. We are working towards the night session here on this Friday in New York City. It'll be 2 Americans, Taylor Fritz from Southern California, Frances Tiafoe from Maryland, right in the DMV, the Washington, D.C. area. And they are playing here in Arthur Ashe Stadium for a berth in the U.S. Open final to play Jannik Sinner, the world number 1, on Sunday. So we're going to say goodnight for now. For David McPherson, Elise Bergen, Sophie Amiak was courtside. I'm Brian Clark. We're going to step aside. When we come back, it'll be Mike Cation and the entire team with the All-American semifinal on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Djokovic is the overwhelming favorite.
Hold on. Lucero is just maybe not quite agreeing with that take.
Yeah, I don't like it.
What don't you like about it?
I don't think he's an overwhelming favorite. I don't know. I don't see it.
Overwhelming. No.
Okay. We'll see how it plays out in 2 weeks.
I don't know. This is the first time he's like, I feel like, never had any pressure, never had like a chip on his shoulder.
I think we're getting an American in the final this year. Singles.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm excited.
On the men's side?
Yeah, on the men's side. Yeah.
Second serve, good. Kovacevic run around forehand. Tiafoe backhand up the line, running forehand. Kovacevic into the net. Francis Tiafoe surviving. He's through in 4 sets over Alex Kovacevic.
And he ices it with an ace. Fritz through to the third round. 6-3, 7-6, 6-1. The top American in business here at this year's US Open.
Tiafoe with the first serve into the corner. It's a return somehow on the stretch from Shell. Then he comes into Tiafoe. Here's the forehand volley, and he wins it with a drop volley.
Match point for Fritz. He has been the model of consistency over the last 2 or 3 years. And he is a US Open quarterfinalist for the 2nd straight year, fittingly with an ace. 24 in the match. Fritz off the back foot, plays a backhand. Zverev with a forehand up the left sideline. Cross-court forehands Fritz. Cross-court forehands Zverev. Fritz goes forehand middle. Zverev's wide. Taylor Fritz is the US Open semifinalist.
7-6.
The first of 4 in the final 4.
Backhand of Grigor. Down the middle it goes. Now a big backhand over the top from Dimitrov. Forehand into the net. It's 4-1 Tiafoe. Grigor is walking to the net, and that's going to do it. He's pulling the plug. Grigor, Dimitrov, and Francis Tiafoe embrace at the net. They have words kind towards each other. Francis Tiafoe, for the 2nd time in 3 years, is into the semifinals of the U.S. Open.
Each day, if you're so lucky, you rise.
Definitely allow myself to dream. I always have since I was a kid.
You rise because you understand pressure is a privilege.
Clinical performance by Jessica Pegula. She wins 6-3, 6-3 for the 3rd consecutive year. She's into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open.
You rise because the fire burns inside of you, and it has never burned so bright.
A reward for all the hard work and to being able to come through 2 weeks of a slam. There's so many challenges you're overcoming in those 2 weeks. So I think it would just be a relief of being able to overcome those challenges. And I think that's kind of what it is. And yeah, I would love to be able to say that I accomplished that. So that's always my goal going into a Grand Slam, and would obviously love to be able to take home the title.
You get up, and sometimes you get back up. And in the toughest moments, darkness finds you.
In the middle of the court, Jesse goes inside out. Now, Pegula moves forward and makes a mess of a first volley on her shoe tops, and there's the break. It's 5-1 Muchova. Big first serve down the middle, an ace from Muchova, her second of the set, and it gives her the set at 6-1. Arthur Ashe Stadium just fallen silent.
About to burst into tears because it was embarrassing. She was destroying me.
Has the darkness defined you? You're damn right it has.
Jessica Pegula, first serve at 40-15. To the backhand of Iga Swiatek, and it's into the net. A small fist pump from Jessica Pegula. She has taken the first set. Kick serve down the tee to the forehand of Iga, into the forehand of Pegula. Now Iga goes wide on the backhand. It's another unforced error, and Jessica Pegula, with a yes and a fist pump, is into her first major semifinal.
You rise as you set out to conquer all.
Comes the offering to the forehand and long. Carolina Muchova has double faulted, and Jessica Pegula has taken the second set. We are going the distance in semifinal number 2 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. The return forehand to the middle of the court. Forehand from Muchova is wide. It's wide, and Jessica Pegula raises her arms and says yes, because she is in to the U.S. Open final.
The next spectacular begins now.
Be freaking awesome if I win a Grand Slam.
Get ready for the 2024 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Get ready for the next chapter of spectacular.
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand missing, cross court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crowd is on their feet inside Ashe.
Get ready for the next highlight, the next challenger, the next to make history.
The greatest of all time turns back the clock and is moving on.
He winds up flat on his back. He's turned over. He's sobbing. And he is the U.S. Open champion.
Get ready to go all day, all night, and all the way up.
It's an ace, and the dream has become a reality.
The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Who's going to be the guy who's going to take it? Who's going to be the aggressor? Who's not going to blink in those moments, in those tough moments?
Second serve to the backhand of Tiafoe, return to the forehand of Grigor, run down by Francis, and that forces the error from Grigor. Francis waves his racket in the air, and the fans exult. as Tiafoe has taken the first set 6-3 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve off the top of the net and long. Frances Tiafoe is double faulted. Only his third of the match. And that gives the second set to Grigor Dimitrov. We are locked up at a set apiece on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Stay patient and get to work.
Second serve, set point for Tiafoe, and a double fault. We're going to keep it right here as Grigor Dimitrov and Frances Tiafoe go to their benches. Grigor mentioned something to the chair umpire. They're going to go inside, is what the trainer just said. It sounds like it's something, could be in the groin, hamstring area, something where they have to take him inside. So Grigor Dimitrov is going to leave the court.
He's not even walking right as he goes off the court here.
It was a really, really high-level match. You know, I liked where I was at in the third regardless, but obviously, you know, didn't want to end it like that, especially for me and for the crowd. But ultimately, you guys get to see me again against another American, so Friday's going to be one hell of a day.
And indeed it is a heck of a day as we get you ready for history tonight. For the first time in 19 years, it's an All-American men's semifinal as Taylor Fritz will take on Frances Tiafoe in just a little over half an hour. I'm Mike Cation, joined by Leif Shiras, and just a couple of minutes away, we'll have Nick McCarville joining us courtside as well. Leif, welcome to the dark side.
Tennis. Happy to be alongside you, Mike. I'm thrilled to be alongside you. Thrilled for American tennis. Thrilled for Frances and Taylor that they have the opportunity to play for a major final. It's going to be really exciting.
These guys have obviously known each other since they were about 14 years of age. It's just remarkable to think about the history of these two over the last 12, 13 years. We've been talking, and Leif, you've been doing it, I've been doing it, the rest of the American tennis media, we've been talking about when is it time for this group, these two, with Riley, with Tommy Paul, to make that jump into a Grand Slam final, and it's finally here, and it just really kind of goes to show how much these four guys in particular, Michael Mose there, Stefan Kozlov earlier, Noah Rubin, these guys all have pushed each other, and now they've hit that pinnacle where they can get into the U.S. Open final. It means a great deal for the men's side of our sport.
Yeah, no doubt. And this competitive friction that all these guys have had over the last 5 to 10 years, it says a lot about the hard work they've put in, the respect they have for each other, and the admiration. I think that's one reason why we're seeing them do so well. Frances and Taylor are playing maybe the best tennis of their life. Certainly in Taylor's case, this is a breakthrough moment for him. The level of tennis he's been able to produce here in New York has been nothing short of remarkable. I think Frances has hit these heights before in the Apple, and he's ready to go even further this time.
Why do you think Frances always peaks here in New York?
Good question. Yeah, I think it's a little bit about the stage. I mean, he's the perfect marriage of athlete and entertainment. I really do. And I think New York brings that out in him. I think the courts suit his game. I think it forces him to be a little more aggressive than what he naturally is. There's a lot of good things working in his favor. So I think it's all coming together in the right way for him whenever he seems to step on these courts. When you walk on these courts, particularly Ashe Stadium court, I mean, you're putting yourself in this incredibly pressurized electric atmosphere. And I think that's when Frances is at his absolute best, when the celebrities are watching, when the lights are brightest, when the prize money, the ranking points, and your place in the game are on the line. I think that's when he's going to shine the biggest and best, and I think he's proven that.
Along the way as well, anytime Frances has gotten a new coach in his corner, whether it be Robbie Ginepri 6-7 years ago when he made that first Australian Open final, whether it was Wayne Ferrer a couple years back, now David Witt, every time he has a new coach in the corner, that stock rises very, very quickly. Talk a little bit about their relationship and what you've seen, Leif.
Yeah, I think at the start of the year, different coaching setup before getting David on board. I think he was slipping back into maybe some bad habits, maybe a little tentative in his game. I think David has reminded him that, hey, you're an all-court player. You've got to play from all parts of the court. You've got to be willing to be aggressive, willing to impose yourself. I mean, his biggest strides happened, 5 years ago when he started serving bigger and better than ever, when his forehand grew. Same you can say with Tommy Paul. They both improved those facets of their games. And now I think David Witt is starting to coalesce all these wonderful qualities that he possesses and in bringing it together. First and foremost, though, he's got to serve well. He's got to be aggressive. I think David gets him doing the right things out there. Having said that, I think we're going to see a lot of variety tonight from Tiafoe. It's not just going to be power, because I don't think you can break down Taylor, who's one of the best power players on the planet.
Well, we talk about David Witt. How about we hear from David Witt? A couple days ago, he was able to talk with Ravi Uba and Zina Garrison here on U.S. Open Radio and just talk a little bit about what he felt Tiafoe needed to improve once they started working together in July.
Well, I think just being more aggressive overall, looking to move forward more, not getting stuck too far behind the baseline. There's a lot of good players out there, and it depends on the speed of the court and everything. I think you got to adjust. And, I think when he's playing his best tennis, he's looking to dictate, looking to move forward, looking to be aggressive. And then you just, in the men's tennis, it's just sometimes you get one opportunity, 1 point, one chance to break. And then, the serve's so important. But really just competing every single point and laying it on the line and no free points. And I think he's done a lot better job at competing for every single point, and it's paid off on a lot of return games, yeah.
One thing that I noticed immediately, Dave, that you definitely helped him, especially here, is getting him to stay in the moment and not to be high, not to be too high or too low. Like, is that something you intentionally told him?
Yeah, I mean, we have a team around us. He works with a guy on, that type of stuff, the mental game, and we all kind of preach it, and we speak together about it. But I think staying in the moment, staying in the present is very important. Even last night with his match, even though he was playing very well for a set and 4-2, a chance to go 5-2, and he lost his serve there and wound up losing the second. And I think that momentum could have changed really quick. And I think he kind of put that behind him and, just kind of reset his brain and got back to just digging deep in the third set and, starting over again. So, yeah, I think that's a big part.
Well, Leaf, resetting the brain is always a tough thing to do for a grown man like Frances Tiafoe. One thing that I noticed, though, in terms of that resetting of the brain, not just within a match, but big picture for Frances, listen, before he and David joined forces, obviously, as you mentioned, just a pretty tough year. Was about 16 and 15 at that stage. And he talked about it, the famous quote of, I'm losing to clowns. Clowns terrify me, so that brought up some really bad things for me. But now he's talking more about having gratitude for the opportunity that is in front of him. And it just does, along with the on-court stuff, feels like a different mindset heading into this big semifinal.
Yeah, and you're going to feel about yourself the way you feel about the numbers that you're producing over the course of the year. 16 wins, 15 losses are not the kind of numbers he's accustomed to, that he's used to. So that's going to affect his outlook. And I think you're right. He's suddenly now just having success again. He's starting to feel the gratitude that I know he felt, last year and throughout this summer, starting to come back. I mean, how well did he play in Cincinnati?
Right.
How well did he play in D.C.? That feeling is pretty strong and is powerful. And you can be pretty grateful when you start winning tennis matches, because that's one of the toughest things to do on the Pro Tour, is actually win tennis matches consistently, which is what, if you want to be a top 10 guy, top 20 player, you've got to find a way to win matches every week. And it doesn't matter the surface, doesn't matter the opponent, the conditions, how tired you might feel. If your body's a little banged up, you still got to find a way to get the dubs, and he's done that.
And he has done that very well, 13-4 since the two of them started working together over the last few weeks. The third member of our broadcast team here tonight for this All-American semifinal out of Montana, Nick McCarville. And Nick, you're courtside. Your thoughts on Frances Tiafoe making his way through this fortnight here in New York. That Ben Shelton matchup, obviously, there was so much weight on that particular match. Just your thoughts on what, Francis, you've seen from him as you prepare to give us some courtside reports here tonight.
Good evening, guys.
Good
How we
evening.
doing?
We're great.
All right, Nick.
How you doing?
Feeling good, getting ready to go. I'm glad you're with us down there because I know you're going to give us a lot of the story of what's unfolding and what's happening there.
I'm going to try, guys. I'm sitting next to Robbie Koenig, who is doing the courtside. We call this the whisper position, but it's pretty empty in here right now, Mike. It's pretty cavernous. I think they just opened the upper gates. I see some folks slowly trickling in to the upper sections here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, as the team is working diligently, I will say, around the stadium to get it ready to do that switchover. It's a quick one, and actually, Mike, it's as quick as it was that Friday when Francis and Ben Shelton did face off. What was that, a week ago?
Right.
What is time during a Grand Slam? That was 1 week ago. And that match should have been under the lights. This match is under the lights. And I just completed the great human feat of walking through the crowd when the Ashe Day session crushes against the night session. Have you guys experienced that before,
yes.
by the way?
Yeah.
Leaf?
I was making my way over to the radio studio, and I was experiencing it first.
Oh, you were swimming upstream.
And I think you need to be feeling pretty good about where you're sitting right now.
I
You don't
do.
want to be in that maelstrom of humanity that are making its way into Ashe Stadium, because it is mad. It's mad.
I didn't get my Gold Star sticker coming into the arena, but yeah, this should be a match under the lights. And Mike, I believe your question was about Francis Tiafoe, and what a summer it's been for him. What a huge shift. You know, he opted for himself to make that big change with David Witt, and it's just been not only career-changing, but life-changing. And I agree with a lot of what you said, and I think, too, beyond the X's and O's, it just feels like David Witt is such a good fit for Francis, where Wayne came in, Wayne Ferreira, he really professionalized Francis. He took him to the next level. But we're just watching now on our monitor here, or maybe this is the ESPN monitor. Maybe I'm getting some special footage here. But David Witt and Francis Tiafoe just having a big laugh in the gym a few minutes ago. I mean, that's really important. Mike, you know Francis the best out of the three of us. And that's really important for Francis because there's so much pressure on these guys, and they really have become the face of American tennis, and they've deserved it. These men and women, you look at Coco, led the way last year with this title. Francis needed someone to bring in a new, fresh voice, and then also that someone could vibe with him, that could be relaxed. And that's what David Witt did for Jess Pegula. He did it for Venus Williams for years. And I just think that has changed. Francis lost his way a little bit. What was it, Mike? 16 and 15?
Yeah, 16 and 15.
That's wild for Francis. So I just think the vibes are so good, and I came across Mike Russell and Taylor Fritz. What an incredible relationship that has been. I saw them on their way to the practice court earlier this afternoon. I just think that Mike Russell is the perfect, these guys, they've done the work themselves. But tennis is a team sport now. You're going to see two individuals on court tonight, but it is truly the teams around them that have brought them here to this stage. And guys, they must have opened the big gates now because the people are pouring in. And it looks like they forgot the gold stars for the fans who made their way through the crowd. But they're going to be rewarded with world-class tennis.
Yes.
So gold star stickers, I guess we'll leave those at the door.
We'll have a prize for you when you are able to make your way back here into. I think there's some crumble cookies in the backs here of our studio.
Amazing.
So I think we'll make sure you get something. All right.
Thanks, Mike. I'm really, guys, what a true honor. And for all of you listening at home, you've got the two best in the biz, and then you've got a third musketeer here courtside. We're excited to do this with you.
Absolutely, and I'm going to need a fit check for Morgan, for Morgs.
I got you, baby. I'm ready. I'm ready with the Morgan fit check.
We're gonna break TikTok before it even gets out there, so that'll be a lot of fun. Nick, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Mike.
One other member of the Francis team before we move over to Taylor Fritz, Jordi Arconada. Doesn't get a ton of recognition. He has been with Francis through a lot of these
changes here as a guy who came through the ranks at the same time as both Taylor and Frances. He's been Frances's travel buddy for the last 5 years through different coaches, and just that constant. And as Nick was talking about, just having that comfort around you where you just feel at peace. I mean, you can speak to it as a former player yourself. I mean, that means the world when you're just at peace off the court. You can bring it on the court.
Absolutely. And, you know, coaching matters. Your team matters these days. You know, these guys are making the kind of money where they can surround themselves with the situation that's most comfortable for them and most beneficial for their game and their sport. So Jordy, David, all these guys are, you know, they're around Frances and putting him in a place where he feels he can play his best tennis. And I think that means a little bit of chill off court, some hard work on it, and a lot of love and gratitude. So it's he's got it going on. I mean, he's in a really good place right now.
And we'll see how far that good place takes him here tonight against Taylor Fritz. And we'll talk a little bit about Taylor coming up in just a couple of minutes here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
We are getting set for the first men's quarterfinal in this US Open. It is Sasha Zverev, Alexander Zverev. He is the 4th seed here, and he is playing Taylor Fritz for the 3rd time this year. It's Alexander Zverev on the far baseline, down the center into a backhand return from Fritz. That served 132, and Fritz had a pretty good return, but it's Zverev in control. Now it's Zverev in at the service line, gets low for the volley, but Fritz has the pass. Zverev cut it off once, and the second time with a volley. Now a forehand for Fritz, and it's Zverev missing into the net. And the first break chance of this match is a chance for Taylor Fritz. More than a few extra bounces as Zverev's now ready. This second serve on his second set point. Right down the center, Fritz knew it was coming. Played a loopy forehand that Zverev tried to flatten out. Then Fritz missed his forehand long. Zverev roars. He has leveled this quarterfinal, taking the second set 6-3. Just the 4th time that Taylor Fritz has been broken in this US Open. Sasha Zverev just got him, and that was the difference in the second set. Best of 3 for a spot in the semifinals. Zverev's second serve gets it into the center of the box. A backhand middle return from Fritz. Forehand from Zverev pulls Fritz to his right. Now cross-court forehands from both players. Fritz on set point with a forehand middle from Zverev. Fritz steps in with a backhand. Backhand cross Zverev. Backhand cross from Fritz. It's set point. It's the set for Taylor Fritz as Zverev missed his backhand.
6-4.
Taylor Fritz is one set away from his first ever major semifinal.
He takes the third 6-4 over Sasha Zverev. This second serve, a backhand return from Fritz. Backhand off the left sideline from Zverev, who moves right into a forehand cross. Now forehand cross from Fritz. Forehand cross Zverev. Forehand middle from Fritz. Forehand middle from Zverev. Forehand from Fritz. They trade. Big top spinning forehands. Now a backhand from Fritz. Backhand cross from Zverev. Same from Fritz. They trade backhands cross court in the ad court. It's Zverev. Now it's Fritz. Who's going to change it up? Who's going to roll the dice? It's Fritz with a forehand, pushing Zverev into the corner. Fritz waits. Big forehand, Fritz. Zverev's there. Fritz in at the service line. Hits the volley cross court. Pumps the right fist. He's 2 points away. Chance for his first ever major semifinal. The toss to serve up the center. Deep forehand return from Fritz. Backhand cross. Deeper from Zverev. They trade cross court backhands. Now it's a slice backhand from Fritz. A forehand from Zverev. Fritz off the back foot. Plays a backhand. Zverev with a forehand up the left sideline. Cross court forehands Fritz. Cross court forehands Zverev. Fritz goes forehand middle. Zverev's won. Taylor Fritz is the U.S. Open semifinalist.
7-6.
The first of 4 in the Final Four. And for Taylor Fritz, of whom much was expected, he is delivering here in New York. He outlasts Sasha Zverev 7-6, 3-6, 6-4, 7-6. He likes playing on Armstrong, but they love him here in Arthur Ashe Stadium as he soaks it all up from this crowd, his parents, his coach, his girlfriend. Everybody's on their feet for Taylor Fritz, and with good reason.
I feel amazing. You know, I've had a lot of looks at quarterfinals over the past couple of years, and today just felt different. I really felt like it was my time to take it a step further, and I mean, it's only fitting I'm doing it here on this court at the Open in front of the crowd.
Well, certainly interesting with Taylor Fritz, that win over Sasha Zverev. He is actually a guy, Leaf Shiris, joining me, Mike Cation, Nick McCarville, courtside here on U.S. Open Radio. He's a guy who likes playing on Armstrong, just a little bit more of an intimate atmosphere, but seemed to handle the pressures and the rigors of the Arthur Ashe Stadium in that win over Sasha Zverev. Very impressive serving, and very impressive to see him hold his nerves through that one.
Yeah, and Zverev has played top 2 tennis. I mean, I think he's been right behind Carlos and Yannick in his play. Finals of Roland Garros. This guy was going to be a tough out, and particularly as well as Zverev is serving. I think Taylor showed the level he's at by taking him out as convincingly as he did. So I'm not worried whether it's Armstrong or Ashe for Taylor. I think it's going to be more about the surface under his feet. You know, this is a Southern California kid. This is his best surface, although he's proven he can play on anything, whether it's grass or clay. I think he's a threat on clay, can make deep runs on any clay event in the world. But this surface today, tonight, it's going to be good.
This week, why now? Why now after having those opportunities in the quarterfinals? Obviously, the loss to Musetti was a heartbreaker at Wimbledon this year. Why now is it he's finally making that breakthrough into the semis and beyond?
Yeah, I think he's had to look inside himself and say, you know, if I'm going to take the next step, I've got to do a little bit more with my game. I think his forehand is even more solid. I think he's a little more courageous about coming forward and maybe playing a few more balls in the air, whether it's a swing volley, whether it's a backhand volley that he finishes, and he's done that a few times nicely. I feel like his game has just gotten a little bit better. You know, if you can get a little closer to all-court player, I think it's going to be good for everyone. I think Francis might be considered an all-court player because of the variety he possesses. Taylor Fritz, maybe not so much variety, but he's slowly adding little layers to his game. If you want to be a top 10 player consistently, and I know Taylor has that ambition in him, he's going to have to do things like that.
And Michael Russell specifically mentioned that transition game. It's, you know, incremental progress, but with that ground stroke capability, and as you mentioned, especially on that forehand, he does have the ability to finish in 1 or 2 volleys. It doesn't have to be perfect every time.
That's right, and usually he's coming in behind a great shot. I always feel when I watch Taylor play, I sometimes feel it's hard to play all-around tennis when you have such an extreme grip on your forehand. You know, his grip is pretty much on the bottom of the grip, and I feel that can be a little bit limiting sometimes. It challenges him to find a different forehand grip in different situations on the court, and maybe not as comfortable with that transition to another grip. However, he's becoming more comfortable with it now. So I think that's one of the challenges every player faces. How am I getting better today? How am I getting better tomorrow? I think he's answered that bell by improving his forehand side, making those plays at the net, taking the ball in the air, and he's serving bombs. He's always been known as a bomber, but I think he's serving more consistently and with more variety.
Nick McCarville is courtside, and I think, Nick, everyone knows Frances Tiafoe's personality. So expressive at any point. Taylor Fritz is almost the complete opposite on court in terms of just stoic, feisty, and very competitive. What can you tell us about what he's like off the court and why these two people might actually mesh when they're off the court?
Yeah, I think it's been a lot different for Taylor Fritz, and I think you guys would agree. He seems to be a natural introvert. So Frances, extroverted, people are drawn to him. He's drawn to these energetic sort of atmospheres. We know him as the showman. Leaf, you were talking about Frances really taking to this court the last few years. Whereas I think for Taylor Fritz, it's been a little bit harder. I remember early in his career, Mike, thinking back to that Indian Wells meeting that they had. That was their first ever meeting. And you had an individual, Taylor Fritz, I think he just felt overwhelmed by all of it. Would cross his arms during interviews, was shy, is still soft-spoken, but there's a lot of sarcasm between these two guys. There is a very tight friendship, and I think that Taylor's had to figure himself out. You know, he has a previous marriage, he has a kid, he's now got a new partner in Morgan Riddle. They've got a very public relationship, and I think that he's had to chart his own course. And I think at times for you folks who are big-time tennis fans, you have known you've watched Taylor kind of try to figure out who he is. And I think for the American fans meeting him for the first time, Mike, he's the boss.
Yeah.
He's got the boss emblazed across his chest and his forehead. He's got the Chipotle deal. He's got the Tiffany bling. I mean, he really does it's the 1995 sort of all-American pie. That's the aura. But I think it's been a little bit of a challenge for him. And I think actually, too, maybe that's why Frances has just been a couple inches ahead of him in terms of Grand Slam play. Frances won that Indian Wells title a couple years ago. That was on his home turf. He grew up in the Palm Springs area. So I think that it's been a little more challenging for him to figure out exactly who he wants to be. And I think that speaks volumes out there on the tennis courts. Tonight, though, don't you think that both these guys are going to the crowd's going to be, 60-40 foe?
Yes.
But I think Taylor Fritz is going to try to win over some people early doors. I would love to see a roar from Taylor and get the crowd involved on his side.
Well, we're about 4 minutes away from the pre-match interviews, but I did want to ask both of you that very question. We both, all three of us know this idea that sometimes when you play your friends, people you've known for 12, 13 years, it can sometimes be a little awkward, ugly. You've also got the pressure of trying to be the first American into a final since 2009. Leaf, I'll start with you. What do you think this match looks like, especially early?
It's going to be very close. The good news is when you play a friend, you know what's coming at you. The bad news is he knows what you're going to throw at him. So there's a little bit of an understanding of the tactics in the game. So there is a comfort. There's a comfort in knowing what's sort of across the net, yet that can also be a little unnerving. So I think we're going to see who's going to handle the moment better. Obviously, the fact that it's semifinals of the U.S. Open, hello, this is not a field court, at some small challenger event, which I know they started together on the challengers.
Yeah.
So this takes on just an incredible amount of weight, and that's what's going to make it so compelling.
Yeah, Nick, how do you see that first couple of games playing out in terms of that mental side?
Oh, I think it's going to be huge. And I think, too, we look at what Ben Shelton did last year to Frances Tiafoe, and that was obviously he took the racket out of his hand sort of through the vibe. And so I will stick with, I think Taylor's going to need to try to be a little bit of a showman. And then, the start's always so important. Guys, I think we could be in for a really, really great clash, these two guys. I know that it's a head-to-head that Tiafoe has struggled in, but I think that, I just feel like if the tennis settles in, that these two guys are going to provide the electricity themselves.
Yeah, and I think that's the real question for me. Does the tennis settle in? If that happens, I think we're totally fine. I just want to see these first 4 or 5 games, just see how both of them handle the moment. Again, every time they've been interviewed, whenever they come here, whenever they come to Miami and Indian Wells for the Masters Series events, one of the first 3 questions they always get: when is an American going to be in a Grand Slam final? When are they going to win the Grand Slam title? One of the 2 of them will have that chance to erase all of those questions for so many years. That's a lot of weight.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful opportunity at the same time. And it's all about perception. How do you perceive the challenge? Here's a question for you, Mike, and I know you're driving the ship, but you probably know them best, and then you saw them from the very start. What are the biggest changes quickly in their development over the years? How have they changed in your eyes?
Personality-wise, they're the exact same.
Right.
They have been pretty true to their characters throughout. Francis always was the gregarious one. What the coaches at that stage had to teach him, and it's still a bit of an issue, and I know they're coming out for an interview here in just a couple of seconds, the big thing for him was learning how to just stay focused. And that's still an issue. Still has some times where he lets a set slip away mentally. That has been the biggest development for me. Obviously, some technique changes on that forehand and much more movement through up to the net. Taylor's just been the same guy. He has been a 40-year-old man since I first met him at the age of 17.
Both guys great competitors, though, right?
Fantastic. Always.
Yeah.
My first time getting to see Francis, he went in 3 straight challengers on the green clay. He went quarterfinal, semifinal, final in his first 3. Taylor on the other side lost in Aptos, first round to Misha Zverev. And then a couple weeks later, after the US Open, won back-to-back challengers in Northern California, in Sacramento, and then in Fairfield. And you just knew that the sky was the limit. He was going to be the one that gets there first and kind of the torchbearer for a little bit from that group. But you know Francis was going to be the one that could have these wild swings, and also always, even at the challengers. I remember one in Tallahassee, Florida. He was 17 years old, high-fiving everybody in the stands, all these 50-year-old women who are just drinking wine, having a great time, and he's high-fiving everybody on his way. He's the same guy, and it really tells a lot about the group around them. For both of these guys, they've stayed true to their character throughout.
Yeah, and isn't that fascinating? The road to the U.S. Open leads through those little places, Tallahassee, and all the stops in Northern Cal and Southern Cal, those small little venues. The pathway is never the same for any player, but these 2 have shared it.
Yeah, for a very long period of time. Again, they talked about how they first met 14 at one of the USTA camps down in Boca. And just Francis talked about how Taylor was just kind of that awkward kid at the time, and people said that Francis was the natural. He just was gifted with something, but Taylor maybe had to work a little bit harder to surpass his friends from that age of 14 to where he came out a almost finished product at the age of 18, and obviously an incredible bit of junior success for Taylor Fritz along the way as well. But this is his first semifinal at the Grand Slam level, if you will, as a senior. We are currently waiting for players to come out of the locker room for their pre-match interviews, and let's hear from Francis Tiafoe.
Grand Slam semifinal on your favorite court, but this time against an American. What does this mean for American tennis?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, I think, as I said many times in interviews, I think we've all been knocking on the door for a while now. And Taylor's been playing great, and so have I. So it's just a testament to show how well we have been doing and that we are capable. So tonight's going to be a great night for both sides.
You've had some absolute battles against Taylor Fritz in the past. What needs to be on tonight in your game to flip the script?
I'm going to have to be sharp, man. I'm going to have to be sharp. Obviously, he's played well for a really long time, super consistent. I'm going to have to bring my best stuff. I'm going to have to be aggressive and, and compete to the end. The 2 guys who really want to win, obviously, this match. So I think the best competitor is going to win today.
Good luck and have fun. Taylor Fritz.
Nick Kyrgios, of course, doing the interviews, close with both of these guys.
Taylor, 2 days off, first Grand Slam semifinal. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pumped. I'm super excited to be here and super excited to get out there and play.
So Big Foe said this is his house, and the energy is going to be insane tonight. But what do you need to focus on to get the best out of your game and turn it into yours?
I think I got to just stay within myself, stay in the moment. Just trust that what I can go out there and do is going to be enough if I play well.
Good luck out there.
So the 2 of them grabbing their bags. They're going to walk through the tunnel. Francis just a couple of steps in front of Taylor Fritz. As he does, he's got a couple of pairs of shoes in his hands. Headphones are on, and let's hear the introductions.
Please welcome the players for tonight's semifinal. From the United States, Frances Tiafoe. And also from the United States, Taylor Fritz.
That was a little bit of a smile on the face of Taylor Fritz as he got introduced.
Well, I think it was a little bit of a nervous smile. I think he was trying to make sure that he smiled just to, relax the muscles in his face. Because, as I said, this is such an amazing stadium court, biggest stadium in the world for tennis. And I'm telling you, this is one of the most electric environments when you walk on the court here. It is intense. Of course, what's interesting, a lot of people who know the lower ranked player comes out first.
Right.
That would be Francis. And then Taylor comes out following him. So that's kind of how it goes. And usually that first player takes the far seat. Taylor comes out and takes the seat nearest that entrance door. So there's sort of a process and a progression of these moments. And now they'll lace up their shoes, maybe get a last few listens on their beats. You can see Francis has got the beats going.
And how about the fact that the beats matches his outfit as well? I mean, the color of the headphones matching the purplish color of his jacket.
Yeah, he's got it all going on. I mean, I think I could say, and I think you can too, he's ready to go. He looks good, he feels good. Even as a tennis player, you got to feel good about your wearing on the court. He's got a great green Ionix bag. Looks like it's got a little sort of camouflage look to it, very stylish. Of course, Taylor wearing the black with the Boss logo, black socks, white shorts, white shoes.
Damien Demassois, our chair umpire, about to handle the coin toss as it has been for most of his life. Taylor Fritz waiting for Frances Tiafoe. That is pretty much the standard for the two of them, businesslike. And yeah, Francis runs late from time to time. He's heading out now for our coin toss with Damien Demassois.
Also behind, okay? So gentlemen, we have the net machine, 25 seconds between points. You know where the clock is, okay? Towel, you have red, you have white. Technology, live ELC, but it's also VR, you know. You can challenge not up, fall shot, through, okay? But you cannot challenge time violation, cut violation, foot fault, or if the ball hit the net during the serve, all right? Any questions? No? Was it gonna be your choice? Tails, yellow, blue, heads. Tails. Heads. Serve. Stay. In the middle, please.
All right, so photos being taken now between these two Americans. What an incredible moment for American tennis here tonight inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Let's get one final update pre-match with Nick McCarville. Last pictures here for Francis and Taylor, and Nick sneaks into those pictures from time to time. He's right behind him wearing
I photobombed them.
A lovely white cardigan here tonight.
Isn't he stylish?
I'm trying,
Isn't
guys.
he
There's
stylish?
nobody more stylish.
Hey, listen, I'm styled for radio tonight, everyone.
Your final thoughts, though, Nick, before we get this one started in terms of what you're expecting in terms of the on-court here tonight.
Yeah, listen, I think that it's going to be huge for Francis to return as well as he has all summer. We saw his run to the Cincinnati final. I think the return game has really cleaned up. And Leaf said it earlier, he's got to use that all-court game. He's got to make this match really physical. Got to try and rush that forehand. Sometimes that's the side that can break down. It's a weapon for Taylor Fritz, Mike, but I think that it also can hinder him at times. And he's going to use the crowd. I think he's really going to try to get this Arthur Ashe Stadium crowd on his side. If Taylor Fritz can serve some bombs, if he can continue the stats that he's shown this tournament, he's going to be really tough to break, and then that puts a lot of pressure on Francis and his own serve.
Yeah, that's exactly correct, because Taylor's only been broken 5 times through 5 matches here, and meanwhile has converted about 48% of the breakpoint chances that he's had. And speaking of stats, listen to this from the entirety of the year for Taylor Fritz on serve. 538 aces, 77 double faults. That's a better than 5-to-1 ratio, and that everything just kind of goes through the serve for Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, it's going to set up the point for him. It's going to build his confidence. He's going to get into the point more often than not like he wants to. You know, he's going to put the serve where he wants to put it, and then he's got an idea how he's going to back up that particular serve. And, you know, a lot of it's going to be first forehand from the center of the court. That's sort of the coin of the realm in the modern game, if you will, the ability to dominate with your serve and your forehand.
Well, we've got a couple minutes left in the warm-up. We're going to take one last break and then come back for the start of this one. Fritz and Foe coming up on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Get ready for the next epic match, destined to leave you breathless. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, the stars are indeed out here tonight. Mike Cation, Leif Shiras, Nick McCarville, the last couple of serves for our two players. I'm looking at who's in the President's Suite right now, Leif. You could put together an all-star NBA team. You've got Kevin Garnett out there, John Wall,
Klay Thompson,
the Rivers brothers, Michael Porter Jr. You've also got some incredible soccer players. Rose Lavelle is here, Megan Rapinoe, Sue Bird on the women's basketball side. I mean, this is absolutely set. Rapper Fat Joe.
Whoa.
I don't know that I've heard that name in quite some time, but Fat Joe's here.
Well, that's interesting.
Aubrey Plaza.
You know who I ran into in the Players Lounge today?
Tell me.
Was one of the all-time greats. Two hands on both sides.
Monica Seles.
Monica Seles. Great to see Monica. She was looking terrific. And what a great champion.
Justin Thoreau probably going sleeveless here tonight, as he is wont to do.
Is he?
Divine Joy Randolph.
Wow.
It is a star-studded affair, and we knew that that was going to be the case. I went and looked at what the prices of tickets were on the secondary market. The cheapest I could find for upper, it's like $350. Courtside is somewhere in the 60,000 range.
Well,
that's what I paid, by the way. $60K, baby. That's my life savings.
I need that Olympic money that apparently Nick McCarville gets.
No, that's my life savings.
We're just going to describe for you. You've got the umpire's chair. Directly behind that, maybe first, is it second row, Nick McCarville.
I'm waving.
Oh, it's great.
I'm waving.
The good thing is we're going to get a lot of input from Nick about what the players are sensing, conversations with the chair. Are they having any issues with their equipment? There's a lot that we're going to be able to pick up.
I'm going to try, Leaf. I want to tell you, Mike, the reception was wild for Foe, and it was pretty quiet for Taylor Fritz.
Interesting. Well, let's go ahead, Nick.
Mike, the last note is it is a Tom Brown gray fitted suits. That's the fit check for Morgan Whittle.
Interesting. Gray fitted suit. It's a choice. Taylor Fritz going to be serving first from the far side in the black and white from Boss. Serve good. Foe goes up the line to lob. Fritz steps into an inside-out forehand. Serve +1 to start for 15 love.
Yeah, and that's going to be the ingredients for success. Taylor Fritz, high first serve percentage. Knock down those opportunities you earn.
At 15, all serve from the far side is an ace. Francis was leaning to his right, got burned to his left for ace number one for Taylor, who is again wearing the black and the white by Boss. It's a white headband, black shirt, white shorts, black socks, white shoes.
First service.
Going to be a let here and another first serve coming. Does have that Chipotle patch on the left sleeve, one of the worst Chipotle orders. So bland. But I suppose that's what you need pre-match. Serve is good. Forehand through the middle. Fritz goes back into a Tiafoe backhand. Fritz run around forehand. Tiafoe, big forehand that Fritz tracks down, goes up the line, misses long. 30-15.
Yeah, early moments in a match. Frances Tiafoe driving the forehand cross court. It's a good way to build confidence early. Go into those big targets. Find your rhythm. You might not win this game, but you want to get involved.
Serve for Fritz is into the net. Second serve upcoming for Taylor. That is good to Tiafoe back in off the net, back onto his side. Game points here for Fritz in the opener.
Yeah, so often early in a match, it's about getting your feet moving, trying to forget about where you are, that you're in a Grand Slam semi. Think about what you need to do to play your best tennis. Get those feet moving is a key.
Serve is a slice, chipped back. Fritz goes back into the open corner. Tiafoe back in up the line for a winner. His first winner on the night. 3 total between the two of them in the first 5 points. 40-30 now.
Yeah, Tiafoe so good off the two-hander. In fact, both these men, great two-handers.
Serve up the tee is into the net. 4 of his first 6 on serve for Fritz. And again, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that particular stat with Fritz in particular. Backhand dug out by Fritz is going to miss long. That return right onto the baseline in a fist pump early from Foe as we go to deuce.
Yeah, that was money.
And you can hear that, right?
Depth.
Be brave from the team around Frances Tiafoe. Sounded like it might have actually been Jordi Arconada. Serve up the tee. Lob return. Fritz not going to have to come up with the overhead.
Advantage, Fritz.
A game point once again for Fritz. 135 on that serve up the tee. So another game point for the boss. Serve tee is into the net. Second serve here for Taylor. Is good to a Tiafoe back in inside out. That's going to miss the court entirely. Hold to deuce for Taylor Fritz. As Nick McCarville mentioned, this has been a very one-way matchup over the last several years. 6-1 in favor of Fritz. Tiafoe winning that first battle in Indian Wells back in 2016. They haven't played for about 18 months, however. Acapulco last year. I believe that would have been February, with Fritz winning that one 3-4. So quite some time since they've last played. Obviously with Frances in particular, a lot has happened. Leaving Wayne Ferreira, going with Diego Moyano, who was a USTA coach who coached both of these guys when they were 16, 17, before finding himself with David Witt and finding himself a lot of success. Tiafoe serving for the first time here on the day. From the far side at love 1, serve, tee, good. Fritz return is into the net, 15 love. We're going to call this a little bit of a lavender with purple highlight. Sleeveless kit here from Nike with a white headband. Serve tee good. Fritz return good. Tiafoe inside out forehand to a Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe rolls the forehand. Again, Fritz backhand. This time it's into the net. It's 30 love.
30 love.
Yeah, that'll be a little reminder to Taylor. Deep position in the court. You've got to elevate that shot. Get it to carry the net. You want it to go deep back in reply.
30 love at love 1, serve good, return up the line, catches the baseline, return winner. Taylor Fritz, now 30-15. Third winner already, Leaf, for Fritz. No unforced errors between these two at this moment. 30-15 serve for Tiafoe into the net. Second serve for Frances, good. Fritz backhand up the line to a Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz forehand cross rolled to a Tiafoe forehand. That's into the net. There's unforced error number 1. That's where I am the best in the business, Leaf. Don't you ever hesitate I'm the best at the commentator curse.
Right. Well, that is going to be one of the interesting patterns of play that we're going to see. Who's going to get the edge when they trade forehands cross court? Who's going to gain the advantage? Is it going to, someone's going to change directions first? Who's going to make the first error? Who's going to produce the best shot?
At 30 all, Tiafoe serves T into the net. Second serve percentage going to be interesting as well. Second serve is long. It's a double fault for Big Foe, and the first break chance of the night goes to the 12 seed, Taylor Fritz. And it does feel like that crowd is surging a little bit towards Tiafoe here early, as Nick alluded to. Serve, break point, good. Fritz rolls a forehand to a Tiafoe, forehand inside out. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe forehand inside in to a Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe forehand inside out, in behind it, backhand up the line. Volley from Foes into the back of the net. Little indecision from him. Was it going to be good or not? And the volley dumped into the net. Quick break for Taylor Fritz, 2-love.
Yeah, Fritz was a little fortunate. He was a little bit tight in the rally, but he was getting the ball into play. Tiafoe had an opportunity to come forward, and it was an awkward ball that Fritz produced up the line. It was high and slow, and Francis had a play on it. Not easy, but he missed it.
So a blink first there from Francis. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, it just feels like a nervous start for Francis. A little flat there, Mike, in that last point.
Yeah,
it was an awkward volley leaf, but he certainly had a play on it.
And on top of it, a double fault in the point right before, leading to those fears of some nerves. Serve good on a second. Fritz steps into a backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand to a Fritz. Forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz goes forehand cross. So does Tiafoe. Fritz up the line. Slice from Tiafoe's not going to get to the net. Meanwhile, Taylor Fritz looks very locked in and very clean right now for 15-love.
Yeah, that was a better drive. It wasn't tentative. He establishes his legs, and when he gets his legs right, boy, he can rock the ball. And that was too good. Tiafoe was only able to bunt it back, and it fell weakly in the net.
Serve for Fritz misses out wide here at 15-love. Second serve for Taylor Fritz. Kicker out wide. Tiafoe backing up the line, misses wide.
30-love.
Mike, I was also looking back at those highlights from Acapulco.
Yeah.
I was at that match actually for the ATP, and guys, it was so hot and humid, even though they only play evening sessions in Acapulco. And Taylor took early leads in both those sets. So this is exactly the start that Taylor Fritz wanted.
Indeed. The last two matchups have indeed been straight set victories for Taylor Fritz. Second serve good. Francis goes through the middle. Fritz misses a backhand. That's his first unforced error. 30-15 now.
I will say the conditions, though, right now, this is the most perfect New York night. Still air inside Arthur Ashe Stadium as it fills up. These boys are going to love it tonight.
So no vomiting. Got it. Serve up the tee. Chip return.
I was going to say, it's a perfect New York night. Well, there must be a honeydew somewhere in that sentence.
Oh, are you offering to deliver?
Arena Sabalenka's buying.
I'll take a frozen, please.
Right, call Arena. I think she said she was buying for 20,000 of them.
Serve out wide with this game point. Fritz guides a backhand, misses wide. That's a big return into the body from Tiafoe, and all Fritz could do was guide that backhand cross court. Just misses. 40-30 now.
That was a nasty return. Tiafoe made really clean contact. It got on Fritz very quickly.
Serve at 40-30 is going to be a let called by the machine. Damien Dumassois just keeping an eye on the not-ups, the rules, the codes of conduct here tonight with the electronic line calling. Try again with his first serve. Out wide is into the net for Taylor Fritz. 26 years of age, could move 7 with the win tonight. Backhand from Tiafoe. Fritz digs that out. Tiafoe goes backhand up the line. Running forehand Fritz. Tiafoe forehand rolled through the middle and rolled long. So a great start here for Taylor Fritz with a 3-love lead. Not easy in any of those 3 games, but that's exactly what Taylor Fritz wants to see here. Nerves are very much not part of the game for him early. 3 winners, 1 unforced error lead.
Yeah, and Tiafoe said in the opening interview, he said, well, Taylor's always had the consistent results, and that's kind of what you expect from Taylor. He's going to play at a high level throughout this entire match, and I think Tiafoe's going to have to find a way, obviously, to match that level, stay with him. It's a little tricky in a tennis match if your level is constantly dropping. You have to deal with the emotional ups and downs. Taylor's a little more steady in that regard in the way he produces his tennis. So the journey, we're off and running, and it's Tiafoe who's going to have to solve a few early problems.
And Nick, for you courtside, I mean, just talk a little bit about that, because Francis does have that high expectation with all of the friends that he has made within the sports community over the last couple of years. Everybody comes here to see Francis, and that's a lot of pressure, especially in this type of a stage on a Friday night.
Yeah, but Mike, do you think that bothers him? I mean, him a little bit personally better than I do. I think he likes it. I mean, yes, I think a lot of the Rolodex, you look at I was even looking Sabrina Ionescu, the New York Liberty star. They've developed a friendship. He wears Sabrina's jersey a lot. I think he kind of thrives on it. Mike, I'm happy for you to push back on that. One thing I do want to point out is in this changeover, Jordy was doing a lot of the kind of famous Patrick Mouratoglou signaling to Serena which is now legal, by the way.
Right.
Jordy was saying forward motion. I think that just more meant hit through the court, don't whip up on that forehand. Come on, hit through it, stay aggressive. That was the communication from the faux box.
Sounds good, yeah, and I do think you're right. I think he thrives on it typically. This one feels a little different, though, considering he is playing one of his close friends in this one, and I do wonder if that maybe does have an effect. And speaking of also moving forward, Francis moving forward just once so far in these first 3 games, and that transition has been such a big part of his progression through the summer. He gets a forehand, goes inside out, stays back. Going to have another forehand, goes cross this time. Fritz forehand cross. That will miss long. It is 15-love.
15-love.
Sweaty man. The humidity is, again, very high, but again, the temperatures are in the low 70s, so that's relatively comfortable. We saw, obviously, the toll it took on Jack Draper, who might have been feeling a little bit ill as well earlier today. 15-love second serve is long. Double fault number 2 for Tiafoe.
Yeah, that's tough to make progress when you're being this charitable.
5th unforced error so far here tonight. David Witt, a black shirt with a energy drink sponsorship, serves into the net. Those sponsorships for the coaches coming fast and furious right now, and they're pretty lucrative.
Yeah, there's a lot going on these guys' shirts.
That can serve good. Tiafoe goes backhand middle. Fritz backhand cross. Tracked down by Tiafoe cross. Fritz backhand up the line, misses just wide 30-15. We need to get Mr. McCarville a sponsor. I mean, he's courtside right behind the chair.
Yes.
Can we get Nick a couple of patches? Last second here?
This is called radio, Mike. So
you're still on TV elsewhere.
Oh, really? People can see me?
People can see you. We see you.
This works.
You're looking good.
You guys, Francis is looking tight to start.
Yeah. 30-15. First serve is long. 5 of his first 10 with the first serves, and 1 of 4 so far. Success rate on the seconds. This second is good. Fritz goes back in up the line. Tiafoe just getting barely the frame on it. 30-all once again on the Tiafoe serve.
Yeah, you go into the Fritz backhand with a serve that lands short and is 81 miles an hour. That can happen. Fritz will be aggressive on a second serve. Remember, first serve, maybe defend. Second serve, you can attack.
At 30-all, love 3. Serve good. Fritz up the line. Tiafoe backhand cross for a serve +1. His second winner of the night, both of them off the backhand wing. Game point here at 40-30.
Yeah, that was a nice ball for Tiafoe. It came up nice and high into his backhand, and that's a dependable shot. And he took it cross court for a clean winner.
Yeah, the forehand, of course, gets all the attention with its unique style as he serves into the body, gets a free point off of it. Frances Tiafoe on the scoreboard, but that backhand is always the one that just keeps very, very steady and level for Frances Tiafoe. Maybe now he takes that deep breath, kind of settle himself into this match at 3-1.
Yeah, and so often in a tennis match, yes, an early result can set the tempo, but that can change, and that's what Tiafoe is hoping for right now. He's got a little bit of momentum because he won the last game. Find something positive and build on it.
Fritz serving here at 3-1. It sounded like the team were saying through the middle to Frances there. Is that the right play against? I'll ask you here in a second. Return is to the middle and short. Fritz puts that into deuce corner. Forehand Tiafoe volley. Fritz good. Tiafoe gets wood on it but misses long for 15 love. Is that the right play against Taylor Fritz, who can be so good out of the corners?
I think so. I mean, you know, the good thing is you're going to build confidence in your shots and you're going to ask questions without giving up any angle. Fritz likes an angle where he can hit long angles himself. Go up the middle, it's going to shrink the court a bit.
So at 15 love, 3-1 in the first. Serve out wide. Tiafoe goes back into a Fritz backhand. Tiafoe inside out forehand. Fritz has to track that down. Backhand will miss long. A little sluggish getting out there to that backhand corner. 15 all now.
Yeah, and I'll have a clinic later about a long angle. I'm still trying to figure out what I meant to say, but I think it means you hit the ball cross court the full length of the court.
Obtuse angle or acute angle?
I think both.
Okay. Definitely not right.
No, not a right angle.
Backhand is short. Fritz puts that away into the deuce corner. Forehand winner gets us to 30-15, fifth winner of the night.
Hey, Mike, I just want to say after that hold from Tiafoe, nearly the whole box stood up, and then to encourage him. And then you don't see this from Frances a lot, but quick feet, doing some moves behind the baseline, trying to loosen his body up.
Interesting. Serve out wide, misses just long. But yeah, I think that's just kind of going to show that those nerves were definitely a factor early. Second serve for Fritz, good. Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross, good angle. Fritz backhand cross, and Tiafoe goes backhand up the line. Running forehand for Fritz is short and good. Drop shot Tiafoe. Fritz there, pokes it cross court. Tiafoe up the line. Fritz gets a racket on it, but great court coverage by Frances Tiafoe. He's back in this one now. It's 30 all.
Yeah, you can hear the support he got for that long run to cover the cross court, and he found space up the line. The drop shot, of course, triggered all those good things happening.
Big fist pumps towards his team after winning that point, walking back to his return position. Gritty stuff right now. 10-shot rally. Average rally length under 3 right now. Serve good, return through the middle. Fritz goes into the open court. Lob from Tiafoe's going to miss wide. Game point here for Taylor Fritz. We're starting to open up a little bit here.
40-30.
Fritz now 3 of 3. The times he's moved forward. So 3 net appearances for Fritz, just that one, that crucial one for Tiafoe. Serve at 40-30, up the tee is into the net. You can hear again from that team encouraging Tiafoe to be aggressive here on the second. The second is good to a backhand Tiafoe, great depth. Fritz back into a Tiafoe, rolled forehand. Fritz forehand cross, Tiafoe rolls forehand cross with good depth. Now stepping into a forehand up the line. Fritz backhand gets away from him just a little bit. Now stepping into a backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand up the line, running forehand from Fritz into the net. Deuce here at 3-1.
Yeah, that backhand of Tiafoe is money, and that's one of the key patterns of play. Cross court, who's going to go down the line first? On this occasion, it was Tiafoe, and he did it beautifully. And again, his team was off the bench, all supporting him. They're trying to build some momentum here, try and pass it on to their man.
They're going to get a workout, guys, in that box tonight. Team Tiafoe.
Do you get step counts for every time you raise?
Squat counts.
Squat count, all right.
Your phone does that, right?
I think so, sure. Second serve here for Taylor Fritz at deuce. Tiafoe goes forehand up the line. Slice back by Fritz lands good. Tiafoe forehand back up the line. Backhand from Fritz is into the net. Frances Tiafoe has his first break chance of the night.
Advantage, Tiafoe.
Yeah, good ball into the Fritz backhand. It had to be to break down that shot. Depth and spin and break point. Trying to get to 2-3, get back on serve.
starts this return about 10 feet behind the baseline. Does Tiafoe serve into the net? Second serve for Fritz, good. Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz goes backhand up the line. Tiafoe forehand middle ends good. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz is into the net with his forehand. And you heard from Frances Tiafoe. The roar gets this crowd engaged. We are back on serve at 3-2. First set action here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Leif Shiras in the booth. Nick McCarville is courtside. And Nick, I'm going to need you to keep track of this. We've just got our first shirt change, sir.
I'm going to count on my fingers, and I don't know if I have enough fingers and toes. It is shirt change number 1. That means shirt number 2 on the torso of Frances Tiafoe. Man, was he so pumped up, guys, from that break and got this crowd engaged. That's what Taylor Fritz wanted for himself early. But it erases some of that advantage from the last couple times that they've met.
Indeed it does. Tiafoe serving from the far side, gets his first ace of the night out wide. 110 out wide is not bad. 15 love, 1 ace apiece. Looked just like Leif Shiras back in the day. Serve, trying to go body, misses long. Did you have 110? Slider out wide?
No. Not with those small rackets I played with.
Second serve good. Big Fritz return. Tiafoe blocks back a forehand, misses just long. I think that looked like continental grip there that he had to stay on and just blocked it, missed it by about 3 inches.
Yeah, I think that was his serve grip. Obviously, the grip he serves with is different from the forehand drive. I don't think he had time to change his grip. That ball was on him so quickly.
2-3, 15-all. First set of this men's semifinal. Second ace, this time up the tee for Tiafoe.
126.
It's okay.
That was big.
It's all right. Biggest so far of the night, 130 for Frances, 135 for Taylor Fritz. 30-15 serve for Tiafoe. Good. Backhand from Fritz lands short. Tiafoe forehand right at Fritz, who throws up a lob. Tiafoe overhead, sliced it. Good. Fritz forehand up the line. Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz has to chip that back. Drop shot. No, drive slice there from Tiafoe, and Fritz makes him pay. What a shot from Fritz. That forehand cross gets us to 30-all.
Yeah, that was a nice forehand. Looked like Tiafoe had him off balance, but from the right corner, deep, pulled it cross court, landed it just inside the line. That was money.
Frances tried to sneak in there, guys. I felt like he waited a second too long, though.
I agree with you. And now also, we've been talking at the outset about the idea of transition game for Tiafoe. He's now 0 for 2. Movement forward. This is his first serve long. Every game has had a 30-all or a deuce in it so far. Second serve, good. Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe inside out forehand, stays back. We'll have a backhand, goes cross. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand middle and short. Drop shot from Tiafoe into the net. Shot selection a little bit questionable here. These last 2 points for Frances Tiafoe And Taylor Fritz grabs a break chance.
30-14.
Yeah, he was moving up to the ball, and it seemed like suddenly he decided to play that shot. I don't think he thought it out. Obviously, these are the decisions you have to make in a microsecond, and that was not the right one for Foe.
Right now, some nervous energy on the face of David Witt, who is normally so incredibly chill. Last couple of claps, they're at the opposite ends right now. Sweaty is Frances Tiafoe. Serving here, 30-40. Good. Lob return lands good. Short forehand put away by Frances Tiafoe as we go to deuce. 6 games, 3 of them featuring deuce.
Well, not surprisingly, it's tight. That serve he hit, 131. That was big. Set up that high forehand winner.
2-3 deuce. Serve out wide is just wide. 1 of 7 on his second serve points is Frances Tiafoe. This second serve for him is good. Fritz, big forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand to a Fritz. Forehand rolled middle. Drop shot from Tiafoe, good. Fritz there with the backhand up the line. He slips. He's on his bottom and can't come up with it. Smiling, says he's good. Tiafoe had come to check on his friend to make sure everything was fine. It is. It's also a game point now for Frances.
Yeah, that's, I think, something Tiafoe would like to see. You know, get Fritz in these awkward places in a tennis court. Charging in for a drop shot, not completely comfortable. And then recovering, trying to get in a good volley position, did not handle it well.
Fritz had been 3 for 3 coming forward, but it's a different beast when you are brought forward versus when you get to control it.
I think it's only going to be a standing 8 count. It wasn't considered a knockdown. It was a slip.
That was, he overslid there, guys.
Yes, he did.
Needs those skates on.
Try this again with the first serve for Big Foe. Serve up the tee, short return. Tiafoe inside out forehand puts that one away. We're level. 3-all, and Frances points at his head, and yeah. Well, he's actually asking there, he was asking the chair which towel was his, and that is kind of an important note, considering how much he's sweating. Rory McIlroy is up in the stands. Huh.
Nice. There's a lot of celebrities out here tonight. This is a big moment in tennis.
He was actually, I believe, in Atlanta a couple weeks ago and came to the Georgia Tech tennis facility and practiced a little bit with my friend Vicky, who's down there at Georgia Tech. 3-all for Taylor Fritz. Serve out wide good. Tiafoe forehand to a Fritz. Backhand cross. Tiafoe throws up a very high lob. It lands good. Fritz from the baseline, overhead good. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz goes backhand up the line. Perfectly played. What a shot there from Taylor Fritz. 7th winner for 15 love.
Yeah, Taylor had to win that point a couple of times. Great defense from Tiafoe. That high lob, such an effective play. Reset the point. Tiafoe back in it. But in the end, Taylor just laser beamed a 2-hander up the line.
4 forehand winners, 2 backhand winners for Fritz, and the ace. Serve 2 to the body, gets a backhand into the net, does Taylor Fritz. And again, big return, not trying to go for corners, Leaf. He's going big into the body with pace.
Yes, and he's taking the pace on the return that's coming at him and turning it back on Fritz. Very wise.
Serve, tee, long. Second serve here, 3-all, 15-all. Serve is long. His first double of the night. Trouble at 15-30.
I can tell you guys courtside, it just feels like the dynamic has totally shifted. Frances cracking a couple big smiles. Yeah, maybe there's been a couple questionable shot choices, but that's just Frances. He's going to go for things here, and Taylor's looking now like the tense one.
Serve is good. Chip return lands short. Fritz digs out a backhand. Backhand pass from Tiafoe misses just wide. 30-all.
You know, that was a chance. I mean, Tiafoe on the 2-hander. I mean, normally he knocks down that pass in his sleep, but he pulled it wide.
Well, that was a pretty thin needle because you knew that Taylor was not going to be able to get to that backhand line, and I think he knew that Fritz was staying in that cross court and had that 6-inch window where he was going to be able to hit it. Has to look 2-shot pass combination there.
Yeah. At the very least, make Fritz volley. Remember, Fritz is not as comfortable up at the net as Foe.
Serve at 30 all, just long. Trying to go tee. Second serve. Good to a backhand for Foe. Fritz forehand cross, Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz goes backhand cross, Tiafoe backhand up the line. Running forehand from Fritz, going to miss well long. Frances Tiafoe, chance to grab a break lead at 30-40.
Yeah, Fritz's last shot in that rally was not a good ball. It was left sitting a little bit. Tiafoe's backhand is dangerous.
At 30-40, serve into the net, and that serve percentage dropping. About 45% right now for Taylor Fritz. Second serve, good. Tiafoe forehand to a Fritz, backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz digs out a backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand middle. Run around forehand from Tiafoe is short. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand cross. Sliced by Tiafoe. Fritz digs out a backhand. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Running forehand for Fritz. Tiafoe forehand inside out. Lob from Fritz. Not going to get there. Frances Tiafoe has completely flipped the script. From a break down to a break up, 4-3 into the ball change here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, this crowd is still pretty animated here. Despite the fact that we've finished the changeover, still several of them on their feet. Looks like another shirt change for Frances Tiafoe as well.
Yeah, Mike, a couple things for you there. Actually, shirt change. So we're now on shirt number 3 for Foe. And how about this? This is really cool from the USTA, bringing out the winners of the boys wheelchair junior events. Now, of course, the senior wheelchair athletes, they're at the Paralympics in Paris, but we had the boys junior here, and American Charlie Cooper, he won the singles, which was really cool to see him. And then I watched the boys doubles earlier today, and it was a Dutch-Australian pair, Van Rijt and Wenzel. They just got that standing O.
Amazing. And I should say, as Frances serves here at 4-3, I went out today with our mutual friend Blair Henley. We watched some of the adaptive tennis. It's for players who have another disability but are not in a wheelchair, so that they have an opportunity to play. It was just fascinating to watch, just incredible skill on display as we're in the midst of this first point here after the ball change. Forehand to forehand we go. Now a backhand slice from Tiafoe. Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand middle and short. Fritz rolls a forehand onto the baseline. Now steps into a forehand up the line. Backhand cross Tiafoe. Fritz backhand cross, quite an angle. Draws the error out of Frances Tiafoe, and Fritz gets it to love 15.
Yeah, Fritz sat down after that last game, I am sure, and said, you've got to start playing dynamic tennis, because he was just pushing the ball into play. This point, he ripped that backhand cross court. That was one of the best shots he's hit today.
And Michael Russell up on his feet, loud and pumping his fist right at Taylor Leaf. I think he had the same message to Taylor. Those are the points we want you to play.
A rare hush inside Arthur Ashe Stadium here. 4-3, love 15. Tiafoe serving up the tee, misses just long. And again, this second serve has been where he has been extremely vulnerable. Just 22%, 2 of 9 so far. Second serve at love 15, good. Fritz backhand goes middle. Tiafoe rolls a forehand, good depth. We're going to step into a short ball. Goes forehand cross in behind it. Volley, it's good. Fritz backhand volley again from Tiafoe, this time through the middle. finds his first bit of joy there at the net with a big smile on his face at 15-all.
Yeah, Fritz did not produce the best passing shot. One was a miss hit up the middle that he had another chance on the two-hander, and he coughed up a fairly routine volley in the end for Foe. We talk about how significant and important coaching is. I mean, Mike Russell has been hugely instrumental in the success of Taylor Fritz. Iron Mike, as he's known.
Serve out wide is an ace for Tiafoe, indeed, and was such a grinder. Was Michael Russell. Completely different style in so many ways from Taylor Fritz, but still looks the part, doesn't he?
Oh, love Mike Russell. His father, George Russell, taught me some of my first tennis lessons in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yeah.
Serve into the net.
Leaf,
Tim Smyczek also there in Milwaukee.
I didn't know that.
We got a couple Milwaukee boys, right?
Yes, yeah.
Second serve is a let.
Second service.
Yeah, the Milwaukee Indoor Tennis Club, and sadly it doesn't exist. Some of the indoor clubs went away and sort of shrunk down to two very successful ones, right?
Second serve good. Fritz goes backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand behind Fritz and behind it. Volley from Tiafoe. Couldn't pick that up. Really good backhand to the feet of Foe from Fritz.
Yeah, that time Taylor hit the proper pass. He hit it sharply, he hit it hard, and it was low. And it was essentially middle of the court. So you're asking the question, okay, what are you going to do with this? Because I might hurt you on the next one.
Every single game so far has been extremely tight. Tiafoe at 30-all. Serve is a let. Another first serve coming. Yeah, not a single, what we would term easy hold to this stage, which would be love or 15. Everything to 30 or to a deuce or to a break. It has been extremely competitive between these two close friends. Try again here at 30-all. Serve good. Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe backhand cross misses long. Taylor Fritz, an opportunity to get the break right back at 30-40.
Guys, I'm curious, Leaf, especially your perspective here as a break point for Fritz. Is this first set more important for Francis? He's played 3 more hours on court this U.S. Open. And then I'm also thinking, Leaf, of their head-to-head.
Good question. I mean, I don't think it's going to decide the match the first set. Might be a little more valuable for Tiafoe.
Serve at 30-40 out wide is an ace.
What do you think, Mike?
I think it definitely is more important for Francis, without question, to me. Because I on top of it, a 127 out wide on that ace, his 4th of night. His emotional roller coaster takes him on so many different journeys, and just getting one in the pocket, one less thing he has to worry about later. And that's always been part of the equation for him, is just staying focused. 3 sets, 4 sets. And especially now so with this break lead. Gets a free point on the deuce side. Game point for Francis. Serve good. Forehand Fritz. Tiafoe backhand middle and short. Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe rolls a forehand to a backhand for Fritz. Tiafoe again rolling it to a Fritz backhand cross that misses long. That's 5 on the trot for Francis Tiafoe here. Gritty determination once again as he gets it to 5-3.
Yeah, this is a fair amount of momentum that Tiafoe has stolen from Fritz, because this crowd is getting behind him. You can feel it. And I'm sure Fritz knows it and senses it too. So this is a big game. He needs to reset here, give himself another swing at the Foe serve.
As we talked about at the outset too, it's all about the serve so many times for Taylor Fritz, and when he's serving below 50%, as he is right now, the rest of the game can certainly get away from him. Serve T is wide. 46% before that serve, below 45 now. Second serve good. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Return winner for Francis Tiafoe, love 15.
Yeah, beautiful strike. Again, using a lot of the pace. It wasn't a great location, to tell you the truth, by Fritz. It sort of hit Foe right in the racket.
Serve good. Foe return to a Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe digs that out off the net, back onto his side. Nearly come up with something spectacular there. It's 15-all. Full player boxes for both, understandably so. I think I just saw Taylor's dad in the box. Return through the middle for Francis, who has to dig out a forehand now. Fritz goes forehand inside out, pushed it wide. 15-30, Tiafoe 2 points away from the set.
Yeah, Taylor just pressing a little too hard. If you can't hit the winner, don't produce the error. Keep building the point to your advantage, and he just went over the line a bit there.
At 15-30, serve T-ace. Second of the night. The other one was in the opening game. So again, we're at 30 all. 116 on that ace. 30 all at 3-5 from the far side. Serve, good. Tiafoe forehand up the line. Tried to go for it all, missing by about 6 inches. Game point for Fritz. Definitely see Francis's parents there in the box tonight. Game points, serve good, return short. Fritz forehand off the net. Did it catch the baseline? Yes, it did. Tiafoe was on a dead sprint into the deuce corner. It clips the net and somehow lands behind him by just a couple of millimeters onto the baseline. So Taylor Fritz does force the issue, stops the skid. 5-4 here, and Nick McCarville, we've got our first Taylor Fritz shirt change coming up here, but yeah, it does feel quite nervy, but it does feel like both guys have settled down into the tennis now.
Well, Mike, you said that the Fritz Chipotle order was rather bland, but should we order him one? Because it feels like what is the order, by the way?
I think it's chicken on rice with cheese and sour cream.
Oh, wow, that's bland. Wow, okay. Maybe he needs some to fuel up. I thought that was a huge game there for Taylor Fritz. In terms of his body language, it had gotten quite negative there. And so just to ask the question now of Francis to serve out this first set.
Here's a question for you guys, and I know we followed the first semifinal. Yannick Sinner taking out Jack Draper. Now, Jack Draper was changing his shirt pretty frequently. I mean, he had a pile of laundry. He had a laundry bag that was probably half full of shirts. I mean, how many shirts were there? That had to have been at least 8 or 10.
Well, I know Francis has said that he's gone through as many as 20.
Wow.
In one of his matches earlier in the week. I think, was that the Shelton match?
No, that was the previous round. That was the
Shevchenko?
Or maybe even Kovacevic. But yeah, that was via Blair Henley. I was pretty surprised. I mean, didn't it just feel like Jack Draper was maybe a little physically off today? Has he said that in press? I don't want to...
Well, Brian Clark, before the match, said that he'd come out for his pre-match interview and absolutely drenched already, which made them think that there was something not quite right going in. We obviously saw Muchova also had a bit of an issue herself. She called it a bug a couple of days ago. So maybe there's something that's going around right now. Wouldn't be shocking. But it seems like these two are pretty locked in right now. Francis Tiafoe serving for the set. 5-4 from the far side. Misses his first serve long, trying to go up the tee. Second serve for Tiafoe. Good. Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe backhand cross. Stays back. Will get a backhand. Goes slice. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz goes backhand middle. Misses long. It is 15-love.
Yeah, he's going to have to sort of find the range. He's hitting the ball cleanly on the strings, but he's not hitting it in the court. 9 unforced errors for both men.
5 of them have come off the Fritz backhand. Out of those 9. 15-love. Tiafoe taking his time here. Had a little bit of a distraction in the crowd. Now ready. 15-love. It's going to be a let for him. Yeah, Fritz is 9 winners for those 9 unforced errors. On the other hand, Tiafoe's at 11 winners for 9 unforced errors. Trying again here with the first serve at 5-4, 15-love in this opening set. Serve good, lob return. Just wide up the near sideline. 30-love. 121 out wide there for Francis. Tiafoe serve here at 30-love. Good. Chip returns into the net. Francis Tiafoe, 3 set points. Serve, good up the tee. Rolled return, forehand Tiafoe. Fritz goes backhand middle. Tiafoe forehand up the line to a Fritz shank. Frances Tiafoe from a breakdown storms back and takes set number 1, 6-4. Come back for the second here on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Leaf Shirus in the booth. Nick McCarville is courtside. Just to kind of put a button on what we were talking about with Jack Draper, our own Sophie Amiak did listen to his press conference afterwards, which has happened since we were on the air, Leaf, and he did mention that he had anxiety, humidity, physicality, first semifinal, and he said it just kind of was the perfect storm and it got to him, and that was why you saw him, unfortunately, throwing up on court a couple of times here today. And it does make sense, but Leaf, you know, we've seen him have some struggles with humidity over the last couple of years, and that will be a lingering problem for him until he sorts it.
I think so. I mean, think back to Andy Murray in his first couple of seasons. He had a few moments on court where he struggled to get the fitness right, and that's a challenge for a young player on the big stage. And a lot of it is the pressure these guys feel. He said anxiety, that's right. You can't practice that. You got to experience it and then train for that.
So Fritz is ready to serve to start this second set, having to wait here just to let this crowd settle back in here.
The Tiafoe shirt count is at 4, Mike. I take my job very serious.
Yep, that's why we're paying you the big bucks to keep track of shirts. Return miss from Francis.
Guys, we said it. Well, I think the trio of us agreed is that first serve was going to be so lethal for Taylor. 53%.
Yep.
As they flash up the stats in stadium. He can see that.
Serve is good. Return to a backhand for Fritz that misses wide, 15 all, and that was actually a little bit improved with that last service game for Taylor Fritz. Also should be important to note that Francis had the easiest hold of the night when trying to close out at 5-4, which is kind of showing where his nerves have gone from, you know, really evident to not so much. Backhand slice from Tiafoe up the line to a Fritz forehand. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz goes backhand to a Tiafoe backhand up the line. Squash shot from Fritz. Tiafoe run around forehand inside out. Fritz there with the backhand up the line. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz tracks that down. Drop shot from Tiafoe wide. Misses it well wide. Fritz gets it to 30-15.
Yeah, and I think I like the intention. He was trying to put Fritz off balance, trying to make him run forward. Taylor would rather move side to side, patrol the baseline, and be the boss. That time, Tiafoe had the idea, just didn't execute the drop shot well.
Getting a good look at the big faux change that Francis wears around his neck. Serve good. Return through the middle. Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz rolls a forehand up the line. Slice from Tiafoe. Backhand now from Fritz to a Tiafoe backhand into the net. Game points here for Taylor Fritz. Sometimes you do have these little lulls early in a second set. Game points for Fritz serving out wide, misses into the net. Hard to maintain intensity for long periods here in this type of atmosphere. Second serve good. Tiafoe backhand to a Fritz inside out forehand that Tiafoe will let sail by. It's a winner for Francis off the forehand, for Fritz off the Francis backhand. So Fritz gets it to 1-love here in this second set. And indeed, that's the first easy hold that he's had on the night.
And indeed, we do have lulls in a match, but for Taylor Fritz, because he's lost that opening set, I sense there's a little more urgency in his side of the net. Of course, his family's here. We mentioned Mike Russell, his coach, his mom, Kathy May. She was a former top 10 WTA player. You talk about all in the family. Of course, dad Guy, a player, coach. His uncle Harry Fritz, left-hander, played Canadian Davis Cup.
Love one here for Tiafoe. Serve out wide. Fritz through the middle, misses long.
And Mike, we were talking about the physical challenges today for Jack Draper. And then I'm thinking last night back to Jessica Pegula, and she was frozen in that first set. It doesn't feel as though Taylor Fritz has fully felt relaxed out here just yet. This is his first major semifinal.
Serve is good. Fritz rolls a return long, and that it's an excellent point because, again, until you're on that stage and you've experienced it a couple times, you don't know what those feelings are going to be like. It can be fine. It can also be a little bit nervy. 30-love serve here for Tiafoe. T good. It's an ace. Game points here for Francis, who has 5 aces to just 2 for Fritz. 40-love serve good. Chip return lands short. Tiafoe forehand to a running forehand for Fritz. That's shanked well wide and long. I'm going to have to do some math here. What is that? 9 straight points on serve? 11, actually, straight points on serve for Francis Tiafoe, dating back to the 4-3 service game. It's 1-all here in the second.
Yeah, he's got the momentum going on serve, and that's a nice rhythm to have because you can serve a little bit of energy, save it so you can get your return game going. You need that energy to react quickly to these bombs coming at you that Fritz delivers.
Serve for Fritz up the tee is Alette, number 4 in the ATP Tour this year in his serve rating for Taylor Fritz. Serve good. It's an ace for him. And starting to pick it up here, starting 5 of his first 6 for serves in this second set. 131 up the tee there. Again, his fastest, actually the fastest for both guys, is at 135. Tiafoe backhand return to a Fritz inside out forehand serve +1. 30-love. So this feels like a very different set already. Breezing through a couple of service games, possibly 3. 7th forehand winner for Fritz on the night, 12 total. 30-love serve, tee, good. Lob return, Fritz goes forehand up the line, backhand from Tiafoe's into the net, 40-love.
Yeah, this is how Fritz would like to play his service games, right? Big serve, and then he's got some time on the next ball, and he can deal out that powerful shot off the forehand wing.
Serve, tee, ace. Well, after all of those games, it was a total of 9 games that either had a 30-all or deuce or a break. And then now we've had 4 straight where only 1 return point has been won in the last 4 service games.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. And that's the nature of a tennis match. You're going to have your swings of momentum and your lulls where the play just calms down a bit. Just looking at some of the figures about All-Americans in Grand Slam men's singles semifinals. Andre Agassi taking on Robbie Ginepri, 2005 U.S. Open semifinal. Remember that one? Robbie Ginepri playing great tennis. Went to 5 sets and Agassi beat him. It's amazing.
Ginepri also having a big role in Francis Tiafoe's development.
Exactly, I think that's really nice.
Now working a little bit with Alex Mickelson, a young American, who's starting to make a good push into a final a couple of weeks ago in Winston-Salem.
I think Mickelson's got a wonderful future. Certainly one of the American players to watch. Just like these guys were 5-6 years ago. This is the future of American tennis. Well, the future is now.
I'm wondering, what do you guys think? You know, we've been talking a lot internally here this U.S. Open about the Americans, and especially the American men, Leaf, as you bring it up, but how big can this be for tennis culturally? Is this a moment? Is this a true sort of cultural shift for the sport?
I think it could be. I feel like U.S. tennis needs sort of that big dog at the top, a top tenor who's being around, playing for these big trophies, and inspiring and touching and impacting a generation of tennis players. Not that these guys haven't done wonderfully, but a little more to the 10 to 20. It'd be nice if we get someone in the top 10 raising big trophies.
Well, listen, I think it started right, and we talked about it yesterday with the mixed doubles final, the fact that Taylor Townsend was talking about, you know, Francis, what Donald Young did over those years. And obviously Coco as the defending champion from a year ago. I'll be honest with you, though, Nick. I think it means more if it's Francis who wins.
Yeah.
More so than Taylor. I hate to say that, but Francis being a little bit more of a dynamic personality who's going to be a little bit more willing to go on the late night talk shows and have that personality that shows. He and Coco as Grand Slam champions would be a huge thing for American tennis.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Quickly here to 30 love at this 1-2 juncture in the second set. Serve just long. Tiafoe able to catch that return with his left hand before this second serve, which goes to a forehand for Fritz. Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz forehand into the corner. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz digs that out, but going to miss well long. Game points here for Francis Tiafoe.
Of these two, Francis is the superior mover by any measure. One thing that Taylor does well, when he gets in the corners, he's got great hands. So he's able to produce shots, even if he's not in great position with his legs.
Lob return just clearing the net. Tiafoe will just drop it over the other side off of his forehand volley. That's really good for the stats. A very nice, easy net point one there to get us to 2 games all. Well, I'm interested in your thoughts, Nick, because you have that ability. You travel so much around the world, and I know you saw what Coco, the impact she had at the Olympics just a couple of weeks ago. What's your thoughts on these two men and what it might mean worldwide?
Well, and watch the greatness of what Simone Biles has done for gymnastics. I mean, neither of these guys are suddenly going to be the GOAT of this sport, but I think to have an American man, like Leaf said, going consistently for Grand Slam trophies. Here's a backhand cross court from Fritz, draws the air from Tiafoe. I think it's huge. And look at historically for black American men in this sport. Francis trying to be the first since Mal Washington, Wimbledon in '96, first since Arthur Ashe in '72 to get to a major final. That means something for young kids who are looking up and wanting to succeed in this sport too.
Absolutely, it does. Missed return from Tiafoe. Gets it quickly to 30 love.
Arthur Ashe also the first U.S. Open champion, 1968. Right about the time I had his poster on my wall.
Serve out wide off of the frame of Tiafoe. I had a Leaf Shiras poster on my wall.
Me too, Mike.
Where did you find that? That would have been good. I'd like to have seen that.
But that was only 3 years ago. So.
Was that right next to the Farrah Fawcett poster?
I remember that one.
I do too.
Game points here for Taylor Fritz at 40 love. 2-all here in the second. Second serve, good. Tiafoe backhand cross, going to miss wide and long. Guys, we are struggling to find return points right now. 3-2 in the second, 1 return point won this set. That's got to change at some point here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Justin Theroux is courtside, one of the stars of the new Beetlejuice movie. You going to go watch the new Beetlejuice?
Let's go. Talk about a cultural moment, guys.
I might. I enjoyed the original.
I did too. Return up the line, misses long. Nick McCarville, I know you and I are about the same age. I mean, that was a cultural touchstone for us in the late 80s.
Love Beetlejuice. Absolutely.
15 love here for Frances Tiafoe. Serving here 2-3. Now 30 love. Missed return here for Taylor Fritz. This is so much drama early, and this is ho-hum in the second set so far. There's going to be a flurry at some point. 30 love serve into the net for Francis. He served 9 of his first 11. Fritz 10 of 13 in the set. Second serve good. Fritz forehand off the net and good. Tiafoe has to just block it back. Fritz backhand to Tiafoe, rolled forehand. Fritz forehand through the middle. Same for Tiafoe. Backhand Fritz. Tiafoe goes big forehand cross. Squash shot Fritz. Tiafoe has to come up, but that squash shot was into the net. It's 40 love.
Yeah, there was some nasty cross-court pace behind that forehand from Tiafoe. Taylor, normally so good in the corners, tried to slide into the forehand, just could not get enough of it. How about sliding on a hard court, Mike?
It happens now.
It's crazy.
I think I would break every bone in my legs if I tried to do that at this stage of my life. Missed first serve.
Don't try that at home.
No. Trouble sliding on clay, let alone the hard court. Return cross court. Tiafoe digs that out, misses wide. That is the first return point Taylor Fritz has won here in this set.
Yeah, just an extension, really, isn't it, of how the game, there's some defensive qualities that make it difficult to attack players, even on a fast hard court, and one of them is sliding into their shots.
40-15 serve up the tee, return through the middle. Tiafoe rolls forehand inside out. Fritz slice, forehand from Tiafoe, and draws an error out of Taylor Fritz. 3-all into a ball change here. Looks like Tiafoe is going to go get a new stick out of the bag as well.
And I think we are seeing a subtle shift from the defensive qualities of Rafael Nadal and Novak Djokovic to more of an aggressive stylings of Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner. I think the game is getting a little past that defensive type of game.
I don't think it's subtle at all. I think we are on to a new game, and I think, frankly, Novak has had to adapt.
Right.
Obviously, and obviously physical problems for him this year, but you know, just talking to some coaches nowadays, they say it just feels different than even 2 or 3 years ago. And you mentioned it, what Carlos has done, what Jannik has done in terms of just bringing pace and all-out aggression all the time. We are seeing a pretty drastic sea change, in my opinion, here, and it's translating. I do a lot of challengers, and you're just seeing a lot of ball bashing and sometimes some pretty ugly matches because players are going for their shots more and more. 15 love here. Second serve for Fritz, good to a Tiafoe backhand cross that misses. Nobody can make returns right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you can play with power, and obviously these new strings and the rackets are so advanced that you can swing at the ball pretty aggressively and make it go in consistently. So you've got a good start.
Serve out wide, misses wide. Again, I think a lot of it has to do with analytics too. Just the fact that if you're able to hit that pace with a good big target, you're having a lot more joy, as Taylor Fritz does there. Serve +1, forehand winner, 40 love. We're averaging about 120 per game right now in the second set. Serve, Fritz into the net. And by that I mean a minute 20, not 120 miles per hour on these serves. Second serve good. Tiafoe backing up the line. That's going to be missed. It's another hole to love. It's 4-3. I mean, we're 19 minutes into the set at 4-3. This is wild. And again, so different than what we saw in that first set, which went 45 minutes and at the highest of levels. It looks like Fritz is sending, I don't know if you can hear this, Nick. Is Fritz sending a racket back right now?
Yeah, he's just asking. No, he's just telling Damien Dumassois on the chair that he wants the same tension.
Okay.
Just wants a fresh stick, as they just, they're clarifying with him too. He said same there. So, yeah, how it's been such a different, it's felt like a different match in this second set. I'm hoping it's going to lead us to some fireworks in the second set, but it's felt like it's been more played the Fritz style this set, even though Frances also holding quite well. I will say I've just spotted Savannah Guthrie courtside.
Okay.
She's a big tennis fan.
She is.
Roger Federer fan as well.
She followed me on Twitter, and I got all a flutter for just a couple of minutes.
Really?
Yeah, no, that probably was a mistake.
Mike, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you.
She might have thought you were someone else. I don't know.
I can't blame her. I look a lot like Jason Knapp, one of our colleagues, so maybe
That's
she
right.
thought it was Jason Knapp.
Well,
Frances is sending a stick out too. It's somehow there's confusion as to where the racket goes.
Is this another
It goes
shirt
to the
change
stringers,
happening?
guys. Yes, there's another shirt change. That's shirt number 5. And
incredible.
Now the assistant official is going to take the Tiafoe and Fritz. Both conditions haven't really changed. I think they just want fresh strings to choose from too.
So we're just over 60 minutes into this match. 5 shirt changes, so that's an average of what, every 12 minutes or
12
something?
minutes.
Oh, great math, Lee.
Yeah, well.
Is there a possibility of him needing to do laundry? I'm being dead serious here. 20 shirts is extensive, and he's already through 5. What happens if we get to a 5th set? Will he have enough to go?
We'll find out.
Big voice guy Nick McCarville joining myself. Leaf Shirus says Tiafoe goes big ace up the tee. 15 love, 3rd ace of the set for Frances. 7th of the night. 15 love at 3-4 in the second. Serve good. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe. Forehand into the deuce corner. Squash shot. Tiafoe puts away a volley. High backhand finish into the ad corner. 30 love.
I've cracked open the popcorn here courtside. I'm sharing it with our good friend Nick Lester. I'm willing this to be a popcorn 5-setter.
It could be.
Serve out wide good. Fritz returned to a Tiafoe backhand cross. He pulled it wide. This is as big of an opportunity as we have had here in this second set, and it's 30-15. I could also use some popcorn, Nick. So if you're buying.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for my honeydews. So
Right. Well,
trade.
I'll get Kenny on that. He has got nothing else to do right now. Back in the back. Serve up the tee. Lob return. Tiafoe goes backhand cross. Backhand for Fritz to a Tiafoe. Backhand up the line. Clean as a whistle. It's another winner for him. Number 17 on the night. 40-15.
Yeah, Tiafoe has not been losing many points on serve. He's only lost, is it 2 points on serve? And Fritz has lost, what, 1 point?
1
on serve here in this set?
Forehand from Tiafoe, clean winner there. Yeah, so Fritz held to 15 in the first game of this set. He has won 15 consecutive points on serve. Tiafoe at one point had 18 straight points on serve. It's wild.
You don't see that happening every day.
Big fist pump and talking to himself there. Frances, I think he really wants to try to get this first point here.
Serve Fritz into the net, and let's see if he tries to do a little bit more with the second serve return. Fritz is 6 for 6 on his second serves here in the set. Serve good. Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz rolls a forehand to a Tiafoe. Forehand rolled middle and short. Fritz forehand finishes into the deuce corner. Eye roll from Tiafoe. 15 love.
Yeah, that ball landed halfway up the service box, so it got what it deserved as Taylor just crunched it for the winner.
16th straight point on serve. Make it 17. It's an ace for Fritz out wide. 3rd of the set, 5th of the night, 30 love. Can he match Frances Tiafoe for longest streak on serve? Francis's was dating back to the 4-3 service game through his 2-3 service game of the second. Serve Fritz into the net, trying to go tee. Didn't realize we were getting John Isner and Ivo Karlovic out here tonight. Second serve good. Tiafoe forehand middle and short. Now has a forehand rolled deep. Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand middle. Run around forehand for Fritz to a Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz forehand up the line. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz goes backhand up the line. Running forehand Tiafoe. Fritz has to block a backhand. Drop shot from Tiafoe. Fritz there with the backhand off the net. And good. Can Tiafoe get there? Yes, he can, but it's into the net.
Yeah, the crowd was expecting something remarkable to happen there, and it just didn't happen for Tiafoe. Like the drop shot, though.
Francis had a play on this, guys.
Yeah, he had more than a play. And I think, he did. He went no look. He went a little bit no look there on that drop shot.
That time it was Taylor who was smiling back at Francis.
Serve up the tee is well long, trying to slide that one for an ace. Second serve here at 40 love at 4-all, good. Tiafoe forehand inside out to a Fritz backhand. Tiafoe forehand crosses into the net. This is ludicrous right now. 5-4 into the second, making it 19 consecutive points, one on serve for Taylor Fritz. 19.
Wow, well, you sit down feeling pretty comfortable, and he should be feeling relaxed on his return games. But we haven't seen him make any impression on the Tiafoe serve, really. So a little surprising that, well, neither man has been able to get it going. And these guys know each other well, so they have an understanding of the kind of balls that are coming at him on serve. As of the moment, neither of them are making it happen.
Tiafoe has generated 65 break chances through his 5 matches. Fritz with 48, and obviously fewer sets for Fritz along the way as well. But seeing neither one generate anything here in the second set, not even a threat. Neither one of them has won 2 points in a return game is, yeah, just kind of happens this way from time to time and just feels a little bit awkward and uncomfortable. And again, the crowd trying to find something to get a little bit excited about as well. So Tiafoe is the one who's going to have to deal with the scoreboard pressure down the stretch, and you wonder if that does play a role here, Lee.
Yeah, suddenly, absolutely, because this is the set game now. And that's why the first point suddenly becomes kind of important. And we'll see if Fritz can, as I said, if it's not the first serve, the second serve he can make something happen with.
Well, and one interesting dynamic in this second set, I think, too, is that because of the way these games have gone, it's kind of taken the crowd out of it, guys. I mean, they're interested, but they haven't had a lot to cheer about. And I actually think that it is a little bit advantage Taylor here.
Fully agree with you on that. Nick McCarville courtside for this one as Francis Tiafoe serving to stay in the set. 4-5, 26 minutes into the set. Serve good. Tiafoe goes backhand middle. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand cross misses long. It's 15 love. Both guys showing a little bit of frustration as well with some of these unforced errors early in points. Although Fritz has had a pretty clean set, just 2 unforced errors for him with 8 winners. Serve at 15 love, good up the tee, rolled return, good. Tiafoe forehand cross, Fritz has to squash shot that back. Tiafoe inside out forehand, Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand middle, Fritz backhand middle, run around forehand for Tiafoe, who's going to have to run to a forehand up the line, misses long. It's 15-all.
Yeah, that might be a significant moment right there, just getting a second point, getting to 15-all.
Andy Roddick is here. He has been so good about talking about how he doesn't want to be that history note. The last American to win a Grand Slam, the last American to be in a Grand Slam final. I think he's very happy to pass that torch. 4-5, 15-all serve. Misses long, does Tiafoe.
2006, Roddick was U.S. Open finalist.
Second serve for Tiafoe, good. Fritz, big forehand return winner. Here it is, the moment for Taylor Fritz as he gets it to 15-30.
Again, first serve, you're defending as a returner. Second serve, well, you've got the green light. If you've got time, you can pick a target, and that's just what Fritz did. Unleashed a forehand cross court.
And you can hear this crowd surging to meet the moment. Serve, tee, good, it's an ace for Francis Tiafoe, 8th of the night. 30-all.
Both boxes being really vocal. Michael Russell and his whole squad standing up for Taylor at that 15-30. Still has a look at 30-all.
Tiafoe from the near side, good to a backhand Fritz. Tiafoe has to dig that out. Fritz goes backhand up the line, off the net, and good. Tiafoe forehand cross, Fritz slices that up the line. Run around forehand for Tiafoe, off the net, good. Fritz there, up the line. Backhand from Tiafoe, volley, Fritz, Tiafoe forehand, misses long! And Taylor Fritz, as Tiafoe goes into the photographer's pit, Fritz is going to have the first break chance of this set, and it will serve as a set point.
Yeah, that was an exceptional exchange. Tiafoe was scrambling, trying to make something happen. Taylor Fritz, a diving backhand volley, turned into a drop shot that Tiafoe could not track down, hit the passing shot over the baseline, and a fairly acrobatic move in the end of it.
At 30-40, set point, serve good, into the body. What a body serve, right at the belly button of Taylor Fritz as we go to deuce. Frances Tiafoe has served at 83% in this set. Remarkable stuff. 4-5 deuce, serve out wide. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe, backhand cross in behind it. Lob Fritz, volley winner for Tiafoe. Into the deuce corner, pumping that fist with a game point.
Yeah, excellent recognition of the chance to take the next ball in the air. The backhand cross court set it up quickly in, and that's a floating ball right on top of the net. It was easy in the end.
Yeah, this crowd has been aching for a couple of these moments in this set. Game point, Tiafoe, serve, long, trying to go T. Second serve for Tiafoe, good. Fritz forehand up the line, misses long, and you hear that roar from Frances Tiafoe. A big come on towards his team. Fights off that set point, 5-all. Getting some instruction right now from David Witt. Let's see if we can hear it. Not quite.
Yeah, they just had quite the direct chat there. It wasn't too long.
The intensity ratcheted up here in the last couple minutes, but it's 19 straight points on serve for Taylor Fritz here. 5-all, misses his first serve out wide. Second serve for Taylor Fritz. That is good to a forehand for Tiafoe. Fritz backhand cross lanes good. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Running forehand Fritz. Running squash shot from Tiafoe. Fritz forehand up the line. Perfect. Excellent point construction. It's 15 love.
It really was a great point from Fritz. And Tiafoe, when you play the ball up the line.
Let's wait here for a second. Taylor Fritz came up to Damien Dumassois. Nick, were you able to hear any of that?
No, I wasn't, Mike.
It was a fairly brief conversation.
Yeah.
He looked behind him. I'm not sure who or what he was gesturing at.
Serve up the tee is long. Second serve for Fritz. That is good to a Tiafoe forehand into the net. That's a very aggressive second serve right off of the service line for 30 love.
Sorry, Mike, I just took my headset off there for a second. Mariam Bartoli here with Sky Sports, and she was saying Taylor just asking Dumassois for more towels.
Interesting.
Just way too sweaty.
Serve out wide, good. Tiafoe forehand. Fritz digs out a backhand. Running backhand from Tiafoe was a very good one. Fritz was waiting. Easy, comfortable volley. This is 22 straight points on serve.
You don't see that every day, do you? This guy's really taking care of business. And again, nice to see him finishing at the net.
Serve good. Tiafoe chip return landing short. Fritz finishes into the deuce corner on the forehand side. That's a lot of F's. But A marks across the board on serve for Taylor Fritz right now. 23 straight points with a 6-5 lead in the second on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Tiafoe said he's probably playing the best tennis of his life right now. But he's in a little bit of a hole here in this 5-6 service game, coming out right now with, yes, another shirt change. I see Nick McCarville with his microphone and that lovely cardigan.
Stop. It is, I will say, it's about to dip under 70 degrees Fahrenheit here. It's only going to get cooler, but the humidity 84%. And
wow.
The players just, once you get your body moving, right, guys? Any of us mere pedestrians would know, once you start sweating, it just takes over your body. That's the 6th shirt now on Frances Tiafoe's back.
There's a lot of dirty laundry right behind the bench.
There sure is.
Frances Tiafoe at 5-6, serving from the far side. Serve good. Fritz returned through the middle. Tiafoe inside out forehand. Fritz digs out a backhand. Oh, that's a beauty. Off of the frame of Frances Tiafoe. This is actually the first deficit here. It's second deficit of 15-30 and now a love 15 in these last 2 service games. Some real trouble here for Frances Tiafoe, who's moving very quickly. Love 15. Serve out wide is just wide. I'm a bit surprised he's moving this quickly in between points right now. Second serve. Good. Fritz goes backhand middle. Tiafoe rolls a forehand. Fritz forehand up the line. Slice from Tiafoe. Fritz inside out forehand. Good. He moved up to the service line. He's 2 points away from this second set.
Yeah, and you sense a little injection of energy from Taylor Fritz. And suddenly he was moving quickly to get himself arranged around the short backhand. And he finds the inside-out forehand. He finds himself at love 30. Maybe, just maybe, could steal the set right here. Remember, he had 1 set point in the last game. The Tiafoe serve.
5-6. Love 30. 6 straight points won by Taylor Fritz right now. Serve. Misses out wide. Let's see what Fritz does here. Starts about maybe 5-6 feet behind the baseline. Now stepping forward. Second serve. Oh, it's well long. Double fault is the first of this set for Tiafoe. 3 set points, Fritz. Tiafoe not going to wait for this crowd to settle. He serves into the net. What a disaster of a game this has been for Frances Tiafoe. Second serve at love 40. Good. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe goes backhand middle. Fritz run around forehand. Sliced by Tiafoe. Fritz forehand up the line. Running backhand Tiafoe. Fritz volley right back behind him. And Taylor Fritz snagging this second set. 7-5. Indeed, injecting some energy late. Had multiple opportunities, and this best of 5 has become best of 3. Come back for the third set here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Haitian, Leaf Shires in the booth, Nick McCarville courtside, and Nick, I'm still a little bit flabbergasted by the fact that we've seen Taylor Fritz win 23 consecutive points on serve without a major adjustment here from Frances Tiafoe in terms of what he's trying to do return-wise. We never saw him make that big emotional push to try to maybe get the crowd involved. It kind of felt flat down the stretch there in the second from Tiafoe.
Yeah, Mike, and then he blinked, right? At 5-6. I mean, 4-5, he fought off that set point and got this place alive, but then just threw in a total stinker of a game in that 12. And then the huge fist pump and a come on from Taylor Fritz. Didn't really emote towards the crowd, but now we draw even in this match. And yeah, that was a little strange to me. It did feel like, was that the nerves coming back in for Frances Tiafoe? I'm not totally sure, but it felt like he mentally checked out in that game.
There were a couple moments through that set where he didn't, when he went down 30-love in a return game, where he didn't really comport himself incredibly well to try to find one return point along the way to kind of snap that streak, and Fritz just felt more and more comfortable. And Taylor is serving to start this third set. Backhand up the line will miss long. That ends the streak at 23 because of a backhand error for Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, remarkable run he's had. What an opportunist. One really good game to break, and that's how the set was won. There wasn't much in it.
At love 15, serve off the net and long. Second serve for Taylor Fritz from the near side. Service into the net. It's a double fault. Just the second of the night for him. Didn't have one, obviously, through that second set, but man, he's put himself in some trouble here very quickly in the third. Love 30 from the near side. Serve well long. Almost hits Frances Tiafoe on the fly. Second serve. Good. Tiafoe forehand middle. Kind of passive there. Now Frances gets the forehand, goes cross. Fritz goes forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz forehand middle. Good depth. Now having to run for a forehand. Goes cross. Tiafoe forehand middle rolled. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe forehand cross. Up the line from Fritz. Backhand cross from Tiafoe. Stays back at the baseline. Now goes drop shot towards the ad side. Fritz there up the line. Tiafoe forehand back behind Fritz, who's got a volley. Tiafoe backhand Fritz. Another volley. Taylor Fritz with the goods at the net. He's 13 of 14. Up in the box. 15-30.
One of the best points of the match, and you thought Frances Tiafoe first had done enough with the drop shot. He had some space to pass. Instead, it was Fritz who cut off the volley. And in the end, he cleaned up the forehand volley into the open court. That was a thing of beauty.
I thought it was a mistake, guys, there for Frances to try to go behind Taylor after the drop shot. Go cross on the pass. He had the space.
He did indeed. Serve out wide. Lob return is short. Fritz forehand. Tiafoe there. Forehand off the net and good. Fritz inside out forehand. Tiafoe backhand pass. Are you kidding me? An absolute dart for Frances Tiafoe. He's got two chances at 15-40.
That was incredible. I think the most amazing thing was how quickly Tiafoe got over to this ball. I mean, he got a good jump. He got there early, and Taylor had no chance as that ball went by him like a blur.
Serve at 15-40, good, but it will be a let.
Taylor, guys, yelling up at his camp, just frustrated, I think, by the net cord midpoint, and then by the situation at 15-40.
Again with the first serve. What a slider out wide. High in the box. 105 ace for Taylor Fritz.
It's always interesting, isn't it? Whenever you break serve, you're always a little bit vulnerable in your next service game, and that's just what Tiafoe is knocking on the door for here. Break point number 2.
With Fritz serving. T, good. It's a forehand. Goes cross. Tiafoe forehand. Up the line. Oh, my. That injection of pace allows Frances Tiafoe to get a quick 1-love break lead here in the third. That's after losing 23 consecutive return points and then just says, no problem.
Yep, I'm going to do it right here. And he had a ball suddenly out of nowhere, just crushed it up the line. Fritz was nowhere near it.
I'm going to go back to it, though, and I was talking about it with Nick there for a second, Leaf. The fact that there were a couple times when it got to 30-love on Fritz's serve through that second where Tiafoe just kind of let the next 2 points happen. 40-love, just let the ball go where he could have run and tried to accumulate and grow something. He never quite did, and so that's why this injection of energy back here, and this has been a bit of an issue for Francis since the inception of his professional career, just staying locked in for the entirety of 3 sets or 5 sets, and kind of just has those mental lapses for bits of time.
He does go in and out, a little bit up and down. That's something that Wayne Ferrero really tried to focus on. I remember during training sessions, he tried to, no more phone. Francis, when we're training, get the phone out of there. That was one small step to him trying to focus him for longer periods of time, even in training. And that was one small step to get to position like this.
1-love for Tiafoe from the near side. Did that catch the line? Yes, it did. So it'll be a let here. First serve upcoming for Tiafoe. And even before that, Ginepri. He just said the one thing he wanted early in Francis's challenger career. He's just like, you have to finish in 2, kid.
Right.
Have to. That was a real focus. The second set, the first 4 or 5 games, they just said pour everything into that second set and see what you can do from there. Second serve here for Tiafoe with 1-love. Good to a Fritz backhand. Tiafoe drop shot. That's going to be pulled wide. Points to his head, does Tiafoe. Not thrilled with the decision-making process there for Big Foe. It's love 15.
I feel like it's just showing you the mental sort of work that Francis is doing in each game, that break, and then he just kind of has a hiccup or some sort of error that comes out of nowhere.
Serve, T, net and long. Second serve for Tiafoe. Good. Backhand Fritz. Tiafoe digs out of backhand middle. Fritz rolled forehand to a Tiafoe forehand. Fritz goes backhand cross that floats to a Tiafoe backhand cross that's a laser. Draws the error out of Taylor Fritz for 15-all. Do you guys have concerns? I'll start with you, Leaf, and obviously just in the middle of this early part of the third set. Do you have concerns about Jannik Sinner's left wrist and what impact that might have on Sunday?
I think everyone has to be a little concerned about that.
Forehand to forehand trade right now. Fritz yanks a forehand wide.
Yeah, he was scrambling for a ball in the back of the court, landed sort of on his backside, but also anchored it with his left wrist, and that's where he sort of injured it. Trainer addressed it, seemed to be okay, but obviously you're going to be thinking about that. How's it going to shake down in a couple days?
Yeah, we're going to be, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of people out watching to see if Jannik Sinner practices on one of the practice courts outside of Ash tomorrow. Serve, Tiafoe good, backhand Fritz. Tiafoe goes forehand cross, pulls that wide. It's 30-all. That being said, Jannik Sinner back into another Grand Slam final. 4-1 versus Tiafoe, 1-1 against Fritz lifetime. 1-love, 30-all. Early in the third set, 1 set apiece. Serve is into the net. Second serve for Big Foe is good. To a forehand for Fritz, goes cross. Tiafoe digs out a forehand. Can he get this backhand? Yes, he can. Fritz stepping in. Big forehand inside out. Tiafoe backhand behind him. Fritz backhand up the line. Running forehand for Tiafoe. Fritz has to take that out of the air. Now a drop shot from Tiafoe. Fritz backhand up the line. Tiafoe forehand cross. Good! That drop shot finally paying off as he comes up with a clean winner on that forehand side. A game point for Tiafoe.
Yeah, the drop shot testing Fritz again. Fritz has to take it up the line here, and that leaves Francis with time, a target, and he converts it.
How about the baseline volley from Taylor Fritz?
Yeah.
Is that ball going out?
It was going to be very close. I know as a coach, I'd much rather have my guy take that out of the air rather than risk it on a big spot like that. Game point, Tiafoe serve into the net, trying to go out wide. Has struggled with the serve percentage here, 2 of 6 in this game. Game point, second serve, good. Fritz rolls a forehand. Tiafoe drop shot again through the middle of the court. Fritz there with a forehand, misses into the net. Well, this is an interesting development. What was that, 3 drop shots in that game?
Yeah, and I actually like the play. I really do. I mean, if you can, again, make Taylor run, make him expend a lot of energy when you have the lead. That way he has to invest physically just to get back even.
Unpredictable. That's what Jordi Arconada says. Unpredictable.
Well, the drop shot is pretty unpredictable.
All right, so Fritz in a bit of a hole here. Love 2. From the far side, serve. Out wide is long. Second serve here for Taylor Fritz. Good to a forehand for Tiafoe that he completely mishits. Goes straight down. 15 love. Francis was asked about some of his memories of his time with Taylor and Tommy earlier in their career. Said he and Tommy Paul used to make bets on who could beat Taylor Fritz faster when they were 14.
And who won, Mike?
Francis. Francis was able to come through. But then you see the work that Taylor Fritz put in over the next 4 years. Got a lot faster, was very slow and plodding at that age. Fritz goes backhand cross to a Tiafoe, backhand up the line. Fritz goes back up that same line, misses well long off the forehand side, 30-15 now.
Yeah, that backhand line was such an impactful shot in the opening set. Haven't seen much of it in the second. A little bit more in the third.
30-15 serve here for Fritz up the tee, good. Tiafoe forehand now steps into a backhand drop shot again. Fritz there with the backhand, deep. Tiafoe backhand to a volley from Fritz, drop shot. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Fritz volley right through Tiafoe for 40-15.
Yeah, both men right on top of the net, really. Fritz again doing well at the net. Improved net play has been a feature of Fritz's play tonight. That's for certain. Some of the best volleys I think I've seen him hit. And that one helped him get that point.
That's 4 drop shots in the last 2 games here from Francis Tiafoe, trying to indeed be that unpredictable self. Fritz, though, with game points to get on the scoreboard here in the third. Serve clock is at 1. Gets the toss up. Serve is long. First time that serve clock has really come into play here on the night. Second serve for Taylor. Good up the tee. Gets a backhand, goes up the line to a squash shot from Tiafoe that misses just wide. Taylor Fritz gets on the scoreboard, but Big Foe in control of this third set early, 2-1 with a break on US Open Radio presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Leaf Shirus joining you in the broadcast booth for this semifinal. Don't forget, of course, women's final tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Pegula, Sabalenka will have coverage starting at 3 o'clock with a pregame show. Also, the men's doubles final. We'll get that started at 11:30 tomorrow. Leaf, what were your first times getting to see these two guys on the come-up, if you will?
Well, I live in Southern California, so I saw Taylor, sort of locally and regionally playing, and he was always impressive for his ball striking. I wasn't sure if athletic he would be able to grow as much as some of these pros have, but he's made magnificent strides in that regard. Definitely maximizing what he has.
Tiafoe serving here 2-1, serving up the tee, has new balls in his pocket as well.
Always had a great two-handed backhand. It came so naturally to him.
Second serve good. Fritz forehand middle, Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz tracks that down backhand up the line. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz tracks that down, but that lob will miss long. It is 15-love. And do you remember the first time you saw Francis and that unorthodox style?
Well, you know, I was in Delray Beach with him when he won his first title.
Okay.
And that was kind of a breakthrough moment to get to know him and see him succeed and have success like that at a high level.
Serve T good. Fritz return to a Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz again will miss a forehand long, stretching for that one.
Always so impressive in the interviews post-match and after winning the title. I can remember he had a Washington Castles cap on. His loyalty to DC and the World Team Tennis franchise of Mark Ein.
Yeah, he takes a lot of pride in DMV and, of course, the JTCC, where he has trained for so many years. Second serve for him here at 30-love. Serve good. Fritz back into a Tiafoe backhand rolled. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe goes backhand middle. Run around forehand for Fritz. Tiafoe back behind him to a backhand for Fritz. It's into the net. And I think it's also been so hard for him to play in Washington as a result. Much more pressure on him in Washington than it is in New York, I think.
Yeah, I think there's an expectation when he's there that he's, going to raise the trophy one year, and that's not easy.
Right.
That kind of pressure.
Game points here for Tiafoe. Serve out wide. Lob return will land short. Tiafoe forehand inside in into the deuce corner. Hold to love. First easy hold of this third set as we get to 3-1.
I mean, Roger Federer always played in one of his home, quote-unquote, home tournament in Basel. What, did he win it 10 times or something? Might have been 9 or 10 times. It's difficult to win titles, to win tournaments.
Yes.
And to put that pressure on a person from your local area, that's even more.
I do a podcast with Noah Rubin, who was never in danger of winning this particular title, Leaf, but he always said even in the first couple rounds, this being home, he's from Long Island, he said the amount of pressure that goes into securing tickets, who's going to be in the box, all of those things, when you have so many people beating down your door, it makes it such a complicated situation. 15-love, missed first serve here from Fritz, who is serving from the near side here at 1-3. Second serve for Taylor is good, just off the service line. Has a forehand, goes inside out, in behind it, doesn't need to make a volley. That was a clean forehand winner. 14th of the night, 30-love.
Yeah, he's a producer of power tennis. And even from behind the baseline, he was fairly center in the court. He's able to hit the ball through the court and through one of the fastest guys in the world.
Love serve good. Back in return. Forehand cleaned up by Fritz. Now has a backhand. Goes cross with it. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Fritz has the squash shot. That is, again, that backhand line that does some real damage out of nowhere. 30-15.
It just seems like that shot comes so naturally to him, so easily. He takes the racket back and just holds it there, and suddenly, boom. I don't think you see that coming.
30-15 serve out wide. Chip return into the net.
It's funny because on his forehand, Tiafoe has a fairly big take back. On the backhand, it's fairly compact. It just seems like he's never going to be late on that shot.
40-15 and game points. Serve out wide. Tiafoe returns that into the middle as we get to 3-2 midway through this third set. And I'll tell you, the first time I saw Francis, and I talked a little bit about it at the outset at a challenger, it was in Sarasota, Florida. I think if memory serves, that year we also had a young Sasha Zverev playing. Michael Moe was there as well. That class, you saw some real players. Diego Schwartzman in that tournament as well. I mean, you had some real talent there, but we all just came out and saw this young kid. Everybody was hyping him up, and he just had this very awkward-looking forehand, and you just said to yourself, how is this guy a top 5 junior in the world with that? He had a coach there with him who was he was enjoying the scenery, if you will, and had a couple drinks, and he was bragging to everybody about Francis Tiafoe, and we're like, okay, I guess so. And sure enough, he went quarterfinal that week in Sarasota, the next week in Savannah, a semifinal, and then a final in Tallahassee, Florida, where he reached his first final at the challenger level, first top 100 win there against Facundo Bagnis, a clay court specialist.
Excellent Argentine, left-hander.
Yeah, you just knew that this guy was something special, even though it was such an awkward-looking stroke.
Yeah, and his forehand, I mean, I know the word was, we used to call it the wiggle, right? Quote unquote, the wiggle. Because he had it in the take back where the racket head was moving around. It's like, uh-oh, he might have to edit that a little bit. and he has.
It has. It's gotten shorter. It's gotten more compact. It's still a lot bigger, as you said, than that backhand swing. But compared to where it was in, say, 2015, night and day different.
Mike, I'm much the similar of when I was at USA Today as a newspaper reporter. I remember going to one of the back courts at Roland Garros at the French Open, and I had the exact same thought of you, of what is this forehand? And also, what is that walk?
Right, that waddle that we're all so used to.
One has changed, guys. One not so much.
3-2 here for Francis. Missed his first serve. Second's good. Fritz goes big forehand right into the middle of the net for 15-love. That is the 21st unreturned serve for Tiafoe on the night. Fritz has 25 unreturned serves. Both guys about 30% in that category. Serve off the net and wide. Second serve here, 3-2, 15-love in the third. Serve is good. Fritz backhand goes to a backhand for Tiafoe, who now has to run to a forehand, goes cross. Fritz forehand cross is going to be pushed long. 30-love. Michael Russell there very faintly in the background saying stay down on that forehand side. It's been a really clean match for Taylor Fritz. Serve at 30-love, good. No, just long. Second serve upcoming. He's +10 in the winners to unforced error count. That's a very good ratio, and he could be on the wrong end of a 2-1 deficit. Although Tiafoe just threw in a double first of the set, fourth of the night. 30-15 now. That's going to be a really hard pill to swallow if he ends up at about +10 winners to unforced errors and still down 2-1.
Yeah, that's never good, but sometimes the numbers won't tell you the story.
Serve, tee, good. Ship return going to be short. Game points here for Francis Tiafoe. Hour 48 into this one. Made just 5 of 14 serves in the set, Tiafoe. Serve good. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe backhand back behind Fritz, who rolls that forehand long. 6 of 15 on his first serves. No problem. He's got the break lead here, 4-2.
Yeah, Tiafoe just didn't seem to be completely present in that second set, but boy, he woke up out of that nap. Got the break in the opening game, and now up 4-2. So he's got it going, and it's up to Fritz to take care of his serve, see if he can get back in this.
From the far side at 2-4, serves just long, trying to go out wide at 112. Second serve for Taylor, good. Backhand up the line to a Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand up the line off the net and good. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand volley for Tiafoe to the deuce corner. Running forehand Fritz. Tiafoe there and misses into the net.
Took his eye off of it there, guys. I think he thought he had made it before it was actually over the net.
He had a wide open court to hit to. Fritz was not even going to run back into the court. Oh my. A little bit of a lapse there for Francis Tiafoe. 15-love serve good. Fritz goes backhand to Tiafoe, inside out, forehand. Now Tiafoe, backhand up the line to a Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz goes forehand into the net. It's 15 all, although it should be love 30.
Yeah, Fritz, I think, has to be careful with his forehand down the line because Tiafoe takes that ball on his backhand and just rips it cross, and suddenly Fritz is running.
Which is not a good place for him to be in. Serve out wide. Tiafoe's return misses well long.
Yeah, the down the line, it's one of the most important shots in tennis, particularly off the backhand wing for the men and the women on tour. Tiafoe hitting it well at the right times. Fritz maybe not doing it enough at the right times tonight.
Serve good up the tee, gets a backhand, goes cross, stays back, however. Now Fritz backhand cross once again. Tiafoe was leaning off to his right. Going to cover a backhand line instead. That backhand had some heat to it. Backhand winner to 40-15.
Yeah, Fritz's best shot, most dependable, and it's heavy. The two-hander cross court.
Revolutions on that ball were just incredible to watch. Game points here, serve good. Tiafoe forehand just misses up the line. So that comfortable little hold gets us to 4-3, starting to cruise here in this third set on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Job right now for Taylor Fritz in the midst of this changeover, has successfully re-gripped during the 60 seconds. Not bad.
Well, one of the great re-grippers of all time, Richard Gasquet, the Frenchman, is retired, so we won't see him changing grips on every single changeover.
Well, listen, he had it easy because he didn't do the full re-grip.
Exactly.
Okay?
He only went halfway up the grip.
Yeah, that's cheating.
That was pretty pro stuff, though.
That was.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Mike, are you saying that he doesn't know how to grip a racket?
No, I'm saying he does,
Come
but
on, Mike Cation.
he doesn't know how to do the full thing. I think if you get him past about 4 inches on that grip, he's completely lost. Serve up the tee is good from Frances Tiafoe, coming to a lob that did not get to the net.
That was a huge game, guys, that hold from Fritz. I know it's just, I just think the difference of 5-2 and 4-3 here, these guys are pressing each other. Fritz wants to get back even in this set.
Indeed he does. 15 love, however, here in this 4-3 service game. Good body serve, gets a 3 point, and I do need to slightly correct you here. Richard Gasquet, in fact, playing tomorrow, semifinal of a challenger.
Is he?
Yes, he is.
Where?
That is in Cassis.
Well, my mistake.
So still going. Has wins over Antoine Bellier, Titouan Droguet in the quarterfinals earlier today, 6-3 in the third. So he's still plugging along.
Ale Richard.
Backhand to backhand right now. Now Frances opens up with a forehand. Squash shot Fritz. Inside out forehand from Frances Tiafoe for 40 love. I am going to miss that one-handed backhand, though. I haven't seen it nearly enough over the last couple of years.
We'll miss Dominic Thiemes as well.
Game points here for Frances at 40 love. Serve T. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe. Inside out forehand in about 83 seconds for that hold to love. 5-3.
Leaf and I have commentated on a couple juniors this week, Mike, for the World Feed that have some great one-handers. Brené, the Swiss youngster. And
where did he learn that one?
Yeah, Switzerland. Let's see, one-handers from Switzerland. Wawrinka, Raja, and Truve, Nathan Truve. He's another Frenchman who's got good all-court sense.
Always one of the great parts of the second week of a Grand Slam, especially here at the US Open. Chance to check out some future stars, among them Taylor Fritz, obviously. Did pretty well in the juniors here.
Won the title was the finals at Roland Garros. Same matchup with Tommy Paul in both of those.
Yeah.
Got a little revenge.
Both of them picked up a victory. 15 love. Serve T good. Ace for Taylor Fritz. 30 love. Second ace of the set. 7 now for the match. Just 1 behind Tiafoe. 30 love. Fritz serve near side. Serve out wide. Tiafoe forehand to a Fritz forehand. Well, that was casual from both guys. Tiafoe just rolled a forehand middle. Fritz responded by rolling that one into the net. 15 serve is long. Second serve here for Taylor, 30-15. Big kicker to a Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz goes backhand up the line, misses long, and Tiafoe creeps within 2 points of this third set.
Yeah, this was looking pretty routine for Fritz on his serve. Just a little lapse. Tiafoe could steal the game. Steal the third set, possibly.
Serve, trying to go out wide, misses long off of the net from Taylor Fritz, and Tiafoe taking one step forward towards the baseline. Second serve, good. Tiafoe goes backhand through the middle, Fritz backhand behind him. That was awkward from Frances Tiafoe, just almost continental grip, forehand again, and just misses wide.
That was really weird, that miss.
Fritz had tried to go back behind him, but it looked like Frances had
He was
time
there
on the forehand and really could have changed grips. Didn't. 40-30 for Taylor Fritz, who has to pause just for a second, now ready to start the motion. Serve off the net and good. Another first serve coming. With this first serve, tosses up, serve just missing wide, trying to go out to the corner at 128. Second serve, good. Tiafoe backhand middle, Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe runs around, hits a forehand wildly. You know, listen, Frances about to serve here for the set at 5-4, good on him, but those 2 points in particular there from 30 all, a bit of a wasted opportunity.
I think when you've got that kind of score setup, 2 points away, I think you want to make your opponent play a very tough point.
Yes.
Get involved in a long rally, make him run, see if he can defend it. And Tiafoe just sort of let Taylor off the hook. And if he doesn't hold his serve, he might think back, why didn't I do better there?
And I'm one of those guys, I don't demand 100% from players at all times. You certainly, you know it as a player yourself, Lee, you can't give 100% every single point of a 5-set match. It's just not possible. That being said, you have to be cognizant of the moments, and Nick, you can talk to it as well. That was a moment that just maybe could have been that big moment here to really take over this whole court with a 2-1 lead.
I just thought it was such a strange one there, Kais, because as you called it, it was 30 love. He gets it to 30 all, and then it was almost like Frances was tapping out as though it was 40 love, as though the game was over. And I mean, okay, the past is in the past. He's got to regroup. He's taken care of serve so well. But Taylor Fritz is about to walk to his side of the court. He's going to get a good encouragement from his crew, and just gives, I don't know, I agree with you, Mike. I feel like Frances kind of left the door open there a little bit.
And just looking down at the court from our sort of perch, I'm noticing that Tiafoe's putting on another shirt. Is that right?
Yeah, I feel like I've lost count.
Yeah.
I failed. What is this?
I
10?
think it's 6. No?
No, it's definitely more than 6.
It was
okay.
7, and I missed at least 1. Did I miss 2?
I think they're going to say 9.
If you want to, in the set break, Nick, I give you full permission to hop up.
I mean, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I see at least 6, so I'm not that far off.
They're all in one lumped pile, though, and yeah, you feel some pity for the folks who have to do that laundry. That being said, see if Frances can clean up this third set. Serving for it, 5-4 from the near side. Serve, T, net. And he has not served particularly well. Now 45% after that miss for this set. Second serve, good. Fritz goes backhand inside out to a Tiafoe rolled forehand. Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand up the line to a Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz goes backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Forehand from Fritz goes cross. Tiafoe forehand cross is a good one. Fritz gets it back and play with the forehand. Inside out forehand. Fritz lob on the run. Tiafoe has to backtrack. Overhead from the baseline. Good. Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe forehand inside out. It's nowhere close to the court. Defensive work from Taylor Fritz. Love 15.
Great scramble in the forehand corner to keep the point alive, and then a defensive lob in the backhand corner that kept the point alive. So he gave himself a chance, and it paid off.
Yeah, the depth on that overhead was very impressive. Yeah, Let's see if those 2 points previously just kind of stick in the craw right now. Frances Tiafoe, 16-shot rally there. Love 15 at 5-4, serve into the net, as this first serve really has disappeared in this third set for Frances Tiafoe. Second serve for him at Love 15. That's good. Fritz goes back in up the line, lands good. And Tiafoe can't dig it out. It's Love 30.
You know, Taylor doesn't do that often enough. And when he does take on that backhand, generally goes cross court. So I think Frances Tiafoe was completely fooled by that play. So good under pressure to Love 30.
And again, this crowd clearly behind Frances, trying to see if they can make a big push with him. Love 30, serve from Tiafoe near side. Serve, missed it wide. 3 straight missed first serves here in this game. Second serve for Tiafoe, good. Fritz runs around for a forehand. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz forehand up the line, going to miss well long. 15-30. He's saying to himself, I'm sorry, Nick. Fritz just said to himself and his team he should have started with a backhand there instead of running around for that forehand.
This game was feeling shades of that 5-6 game in the second set. Yep. So that was a desperately needed point from Frances.
15-30 here. Tiafoe serving T long. 0 for 4 in this game. Second serve for Big Foe. Good. Fritz goes backhand into the net. Oh my. 2 wasted opportunities there now on the Fritz side. 30 all. Just crossed over the 2-hour mark as well.
Yeah, just a little tentative from Fritz. Commit to the play. Instead, he hit it in the bottom of the net.
5-4, set apiece, 30 all. Tiafoe serve. Will be a let.
First service.
Imagine as this gets deeper into the night, this crowd going to get more and more participatory. Try again with this first serve at 30 all at 5-4. Serve, Tiafoe good. Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe back into the open court. Fritz digs it out. Tiafoe backhand middle, but short. Fritz inside out forehand to a Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand through the middle. Tiafoe rolls a forehand to a Fritz forehand middle. That misses long. Oh my. The unforced errors here from Taylor Fritz, and Tiafoe snags the set point.
Yeah, Fritz 11 unforced errors in the set. Tiafoe a chance to go 2-1.
Again, this crowd so antsy to give their love to Big Foe. Set point, serve, T good. Rolled forehand to a Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz backhand cross is pulled wide. Frances Tiafoe rattles off the last 4 points of that game, and he's 1 set away from a U.S. Open final here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Mike Cation, Leif Shirus here in the booth. Nick McCarville is courtside. The players are not at the moment. Both guys have left the court here for wardrobe changes. I do wonder about the number of shirts that Francis does have available to him, seeing that pile that's directly in front of our own Nick McCarville. But both guys gone for the moment. Let's start with you, Leif. What do you need to see here from Taylor Fritz? And especially that last game, just woeful from him after that love 30 deficit.
Yeah, I feel like he's lost a little bit of his mojo. I'm not so sure it's about the numbers and the errors and what's working and what's not, but just carry yourself and play with a little more commitment and confidence. I feel like he's tentative, and some of the errors he makes, I'm surprised when I see them, because I know how good he's been playing. The win over Zverev, never seemed to have any doubts. This is a big stage. It's a big moment, so I understand being nervous, but somehow at this important point in the match, now down 2-1, he's going to have to find some answers.
And Nick, what are you noticing down there in terms of that courtside appearance? Again, it just felt a little bit patchy through that set, but just disappointing to see that let off late.
Well, guys, party vibes here as both players have left court. Here's Taylor Fritz back on court first. You know, Leif, I agree with you, and it just was kind of a strange, that third set. It has not felt like Taylor Fritz has gotten completely settled. And what about the errors off the ground? He was really unhappy with himself from love 30 up in that last game, and then just had a couple unforced errors that were pretty uncharacteristic, turning to his box, expressing some frustration. So he's going to need a full reset to try to come back and win this match in 5 sets. I don't know. Is it the nerves? Is it the letdown of the moment? But this is certainly now Frances Tiafoe well and truly feels like the front runner. And as you guys can hear from my microphone, this place is going to be fully backing Frances in this 4th set.
Did also just switch shoes, did Tiafoe, during that particular changeover. I'm going to try to describe as best I can his bench. It looks like my 10-year-old's bedroom. There's clothes on the floor, multiple tennis rackets just laying all over the place, multiple pairs of shoes, towels on the floor, towels on the bench, towels in his chair. It's a mess.
Yeah, no, he's a mess right now. The only thing he's got going for him is the fact that he's up 2-1, and he's about one set away from a U.S. Open final. So I'm sure he's in his mind, he doesn't care. But he does walk.
Chaos is beautiful.
Exactly. And one thing about Francis, he walks out on court in a pair of shoes that isn't the tennis shoes he wears for the match.
Right.
Comes out on court, changes out of those, right, Nick, and wears the tennis shoes.
Sure does. Mike, that was beautifully described by you.
Thank you. And you saying chaos is beautiful, you're one of the most put together human beings I've ever met in my life.
On the outside,
On
Mike.
the outside. Got it. Serve for Taylor Fritz to start this 4th set was a good one. Deep in the box, sliding out wide. Forehand return miss from Frances Tiafoe. 15-love quickly here in this 4th set. We're at the 2-hour, 12-minute mark as Fritz now has matched his opponent with 8 aces on the night. That one out wide at 1-2-5. Serve for Taylor, good. Forehand foe. Fritz forehand up the line, laced. Simple. Serve +1, 40 love. See if he can settle into another consecutive 23 points or so on serve. That'd be good, right? Serve out wide is an ace. Starts with 4 in a row.
Yeah, that's the best he can do. Get on the board and keep going, right?
Indeed. That is about the best you can do.
Is that 49 seconds, I think, that's what the clock is telling us for holding serve in 40. That's a Roger Federer number.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, one number we didn't really talk about from that 3rd set, or at least I didn't hear us say it, is that 91% of first serve points won from Tiafoe.
Yeah.
And that was huge. And let's look at now 6-4 first set, 6-4 third set. Francis has to treat this like a must-win set.
Indeed. And I think it's going to be, for me, a lot about that return side, because you saw what happened in the second where he kind of disappeared for a good chunk of time. See if he can find that early in this set. Backhand return from Fritz is into the net, throws up his palms to the sky. Fritz has 32 unreturned serves, Tiafoe with 26. They're pretty similar in terms of percentage there with how many serves are not coming back. Serve Tiafoe good up the tee, gets a forehand, goes inside out to a Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand middle, Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand up the line to a forehand for Fritz cross. Tiafoe running forehand, good! Finds some pace and some power there on the move for 30 love.
Yeah, that was not just good, it was great, because he was running to his right and he pulled this back cross court with angle and a bit of power. Very special shot.
11th winner off the forehand side. Serve is good. Return is not. Misses long. Game points. Tiafoe. I think the thing we're both Nick and I are saying is we want to see that sense of urgency for Francis early in this fourth set. Return just catches the line from Fritz, who now has to deal with the drop shot. Pokes it up the line. Tiafoe running forehand into the deuce corner. Traded holds to Love. It is 1-all. Make sure Nick McCarville is okay.
Sorry, guys. That was such an impressive shot. I dropped my microphone.
Chaos is beautiful, Nick.
Yeah, exactly. These guys going to change their racket. And Taylor pointing at the throat of the racket he was holding, Mike, and expressing some frustration. So I don't know if that was to say, I'm not happy with my string tension, but he hasn't sent, I haven't seen any other rackets sent off with the instruction for different tensions.
Right.
New balls here for Fritz.
We'll serve at 1-all. Just a couple minutes into this fourth set. 2 holds to Love. Serve out wide is wide. Second serve for Taylor. Good. Tiafoe forehand middle is long. That's just really casual again with that return.
Yeah. I mean, what we're seeing a lot here tonight is, this very fast hard court. Taylor Fritz, the bigger server, so he's always going to hold his serve, but I think it's add a little more weight to Tiafoe's serve. And because Tiafoe is the better returner, I feel like there's that edge that's appearing, that Tiafoe is getting more returns in play at the right time. And
it's a forehand, goes inside out to a Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz rolls a forehand to a running backhand for Tiafoe. Now has to dig out a backhand again. Goes cross. Fritz backhand up the line. Running forehand for Tiafoe. Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand up the line. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz goes backhand cross. Sliced by Tiafoe. Fritz gets up to a short backhand off of that slice and misses it into the net. It's 15-all.
And it's plays like that, the variety, the hands, and getting the return back into play. It's sort of how this match is evolving. Tiafoe is just better returner, and it's showing.
At 1-all, 15-all. Serve into the net for Taylor.
And these fast hard courts are making Tiafoe's serve harder to break. I don't know. Tennis.
Backhand return will miss long.
Right? Hard to explain it always, but we're sort of seeing this evolving, I feel. And Tiafoe's going through another one of these lulls. If he could just lock in tight here, get this set, get your business done. You don't want to have Taylor Fritz hanging around in a fifth set.
I didn't notice, but his water bottles, and Nick, shame on you for not noticing this either. I don't know if you can see it. They might be in front of the bench. Did you see that Francis's water bottles all say Big Foe?
No, I can't see. I mean, I'm trying to crane my neck. I can't see the water bottles.
He has specially made water bottles.
Love it.
Wow. Knew the shoes said it. I know the chain says it, but I didn't know the water bottle. Second serve here for Fritz. Good. Return through the middle. Fritz backhand. It's into the net. This looks like a really sluggish 15 minutes. Tiafoe has a massive opening here. It's 30-all.
Fritz again pointing at his racket, looking up at his box.
Go change it if you're not happy. 30-all. Serve good. T ace for Fritz. Third of the set, 10th of the night.
To the rescue. The first serve. He didn't have to get in a rally and worry about his tension. And maybe the pressure he's feeling.
135 matches his biggest of the night, misses the ensuing first serve. Second, good. Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz goes forehand to a Tiafoe forehand inside in. Fritz running forehand. Tiafoe goes inside out forehand. Fritz tracks down the backhand up the line. Squash shot Tiafoe. Fritz forehand inside out. Running backhand Tiafoe. Fritz goes forehand through the middle. Tiafoe there. Rolls a forehand to a Fritz backhand off the net and good. Sliced by Tiafoe. Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe now goes backhand cross. Fritz backhand middle. Run around forehand for Tiafoe. Fritz forehand up the line. Good. Fritz backhand cross now through the line. Tiafoe digs out a forehand but misses long. One of the longest points of the night. Won by Taylor Fritz. A big come on from him as he gets it to 2-1 in the second set. There were multiple times where it looked like Francis was out of gas in that point.
That was an amazing exchange. And Fritz just does so well in the corners. He's not the best mover in the game, but he does have some of the best hands. There are times where it looks like he's going to be caught in the corners, yet he's able to find and manipulate and make something happen. So it's kind of a nice contrast to styles because Tiafoe is such a graceful mover, gets into those corners, in and out like a rocket, right? But yeah, Fritz somehow found a little bit better tennis there. I was wondering if he was going to get through that game. Suddenly 2 fabulous points.
One of the biggest roars from the crowd tonight for Taylor Fritz, and Michael Russell's doing a full coaching session right now, and Taylor Fritz is watching him. A lot of hand signals going on, guys, in terms of, looks like stroke production and coming over the ball.
Well, I could tell you, because you can't see Taylor Fritz, you only see the back of his head. What he said was, "You think?" That was actually what he said, and then Michael Russell apparently nodded his head, and Taylor said, "Okay." So whatever it is that Michael Russell is imploring him to do here in this next set of games, Fritz has agreed and has listened. That's a really coachable type of a situation, right? We're in the 4th set of his first ever Grand Slam final. Coach with instructions, and he says, "If you think so, I'll listen." So let's see how these next couple of games, what this adjustment might be here.
Well, he's got one of the best coaches in Mike Russell in his box. There's a great respect between the two of them.
Fritz, as he goes to his return position, looks over, says, "Come on," a little subtle fist pump as well. Tiafoe from the near side. 1-2, ace. No adjustment necessary there. If you come up with the goods like that, first of the set, 9th of the night.
Credit to DJ Triz playing 1-2 step there, guys. When the scoreboard says 1-2.
It's a good one, that DJ Triz. Serve, good. I should also point out DJ Mustard is in the house, Nick.
You know, I didn't see DJ Mustard yet, Mike. Thanks so much.
He's very famous from a Kendrick Lamar song nowadays. Forehand to forehand we go right now. Forehand for Tiafoe. Gets a forehand, goes up the line. Backhand from Fritz, cross to a Tiafoe, backhand up the line. Running forehand for Fritz. Tiafoe even better on the move. Forehand laced up the line. It's 30-love.
Wow, that was incredible. Taylor, I thought, accelerated on the forehand, got himself in a good position, cross-court heavy, and Francis just ran over, got behind it, and smoked it up the line. Taylor wasn't within 10 feet of it.
Serve at 30-love. 1-2 in the 4th. Serve long. Took out one of the graphic boards right behind Taylor Fritz, that serve. Had so much pace at 127. Second serve is a double. First of the set, 5th of the night. I did see the other night when that happened during the next changeover. What happens, Leaf, somebody runs over from off the court, smacks that video board right where the dead screen is, pops right back in. That's the fix. Wow. That's what my dad used to do when the TV was on the Fritz in the mid-'80s. Just go over and smack it once.
Smack it on the side.
Everything's fine.
Should I unhook my headset right now?
Please, and also clean up the laundry. Second serve, good. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz digs that out. Tiafoe backhand up the line to a forehand yanked out of the court from Taylor Fritz. 40-15. You can tell there's Right now, Taylor Fritz talking again to Michael Russell. If you've ever seen them on a practice court, there is a lot of back and forth when they're talking about court speed, bounces. There's a lot of mutual respect for the input from both sides. Second serve right now for Tiafoe, 40-15. Serve good. Fritz goes big forehand to a Tiafoe forehand up the line. Fritz backhand up the line, nowhere close to the court. 2-all here in the fourth.
I'm pretty sure Tiafoe has more experience playing on Arthur Ashe Stadium court, so he's used to the surroundings, he's used to the sort of the visual. You know, sometimes when your opponent throws the toss up, you know, you have to get used to seeing that toss against the background of the fans behind you. And so I think that's an edge too for Tiafoe.
Oh,
as you said, Fritz has played a lot of his matches on Armstrong.
Yeah, and that was been interesting as Fritz misses a backhand after a really good body return. When he requests that court on Armstrong, right? He didn't play on it until we got to the Zverev match in the quarterfinals, and he just likes the intimacy a little bit better. But there's so much space, and yeah, you're absolutely right, Leaf. That sight line for players, it takes some time getting adjusted to. Love 15, second serve good. Tiafoe forehand missed into the net for the first time. Some frustration from him. Smacks his racket with his fist. It's 15-all.
It's got to be time for Taylor Fritz to graduate from that Armstrong love, I think,
Fully agreed.
In his U.S. Open career.
15-all, serve good. Tiafoe forehand up the line to a backhand Fritz. Tiafoe rolls a forehand cross. Fritz forehand off the net and back onto his side. 15-30 now.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. He's behind in the score, down 2-1 in sets. Early here in the fourth. This could swing in Francis's way. Look for a big first serve here.
It's up the tee. Tiafoe forehand to a Fritz forehand middle. Francis gets a forehand crossed. Fritz gets a forehand to a Tiafoe backhand that misses long. It's 30-all.
I just wonder if Jannik Sinner is watching this match in his hotel room. His feet are up.
I'd hope they're up. If
icing the ankle.
Icing the wrist potentially.
Or excuse me, the wrist.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
2-all, 30-all. Pretty big moment here for Francis Tiafoe and how he approaches this return situation. Serve from Fritz, good up the tee. Backhand Tiafoe. Fritz has a backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. Fritz backhand cross. Slice from Tiafoe, good depth. Fritz backhand to a Tiafoe, backhand up the line. Running forehand Fritz. Tiafoe forehand up the line, running backhand for Fritz. Tiafoe forehand cross, he shanked it. Game point, Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, that was a good point from Fritz. He was under pressure, responded well, kept his feet underneath him as he's moving quickly side to side. It's such a demanding exercise to be consistently great. And that time he answered the bell.
So with a game point here for Taylor Fritz from the far side, 2:26 into this one. Serve for Fritz out wide, good. Return into the net from Tiafoe. We stay on serve and still break point less here in this fourth set. Fritz leading 3-2 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, it's great to be with you here on U.S. Open Radio. My name's Mike Cation. That's Lee Shirus. Nick McCarville, shirt counter. Nick McCarville, courtside for us here in the second semifinal. Jannik Sinner awaits in Sunday's final. First ball on Sunday, 2 o'clock local time. We'll, of course, be here early, get you ready on U.S. Open Radio. Tomorrow, men's doubles final. We'll start at 11:30 before the women's final tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Myself, Zina Garrison, Sophie Amiak for Pegula Sabalenka. Frances Tiafoe here, 2-3. Serve out wide is wide. Second serve for Frances from the far side right now. Serve is good. Forehand Fritz. Tiafoe goes forehand to a Fritz. Forehand. Looked like they got the video board fixed as well during that break. I don't know.
That was me.
That was you? Okay. Yep. I'm glad somebody's on top of things.
My hand's bleeding from punching the wall, but
it's very Rublev-esque of you. Serve, good up the tee. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe forehand. Fritz forehand, Tiafoe forehand goes cross. Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand up the line. Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Fritz can't come up with that one as it's 30-love, and it feels like we've kind of opened things up here a little bit. We're seeing Fritz play more out of the corners as Tiafoe going for a little bit more angular here in this fourth set.
Yeah, this is a really good response from Tiafoe. He's seeing openings. Is Fritz tiring at all? I don't know. Suddenly those openings seem bigger, and Fritz isn't able to cover them.
30-love, serve good. Fritz forehand lands good. Tiafoe forehand cross. What an angle. Fritz even better angle. Chipped up the line from Tiafoe. Fritz is there. Backhand slice catches the baseline. Tiafoe backhand line. Squash shot Fritz. Tiafoe inside out forehand. Sliced back by Fritz. Just wide.
I mean, that was an amazing point from Tiafoe. He had Fritz on a yo-yo, just working him back and forth, corner, short, deep. Unbelievable.
Well, the crowd responding to it as well as Tiafoe has game points at 40-love. Serve for him into the net. It's the 100th point on Francis's serve for the night. Second serve good. Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand up the line just wide. We've played 2 more points on the Fritz serve so far tonight. 102 to 100 at the moment. It's been very, very level here. Points won, just the flip of that. 102 for Tiafoe, 100 for Fritz. 40-15, serve good. Fritz forehand through the middle. Tiafoe forehand up the line, in behind it. Lob Fritz. Tiafoe has to backtrack. Overhead, good. Fritz there. Backhand to a Tiafoe forehand. Fritz goes forehand up the line. Tiafoe can't keep up with that pace. 40-love to 40-30 very quickly.
Quality tennis from both men. And Tiafoe was a deep lob. He couldn't finish with the overhead. And so Fritz was able to play his way back into the point. Ultimately, a huge forehand up the line. That might be one of the keys tonight in this match. Up the line. Who's doing it more effectively at the right times? So far, it's been Tiafoe. But Fritz is not out of this by any means.
Still has this game point, 40-30 serve into the net. Fritz taking 3 big steps towards the baseline for this second serve, which is good to a backhand for Fritz middle. Tiafoe rolls a forehand to a Fritz backhand. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz squash shot lands good. Tiafoe inside out forehand with the grunt as well. 3-all in the fourth.
Yeah, you can hear it in this crowd, how appreciative they are of Tiafoe's level of play right now. That finishing forehand, he threw his body through that shot. Incredible execution.
The whole right side of his body came around.
Yeah.
Really put everything in there.
And oftentimes, those are the toughest kinds of shots to generate pace on because the ball's just sitting there. You have no pace from your opponent. He generated all that power himself. Amazing.
3-all. Fritz serving near side, good. Tiafoe backhand into the net. Very good body serve. No chance to get those arms extended. 15-love. Tiafoe still struggling with the serve percentage, under 50% again in this fourth set. Serve good for Fritz out wide. ace there at 125, fourth of this set, 11th of the night. Love serve. T, good. Gets a forehand, goes inside in. Tiafoe rolls a forehand with depth. Gets to a forehand again. This time goes cross. Squash shot Fritz. Tiafoe run around forehand inside in this time into the deuce corner. 30-15.
Yeah, footwork is such a key, even more so on this very fast hard court. But Tiafoe moves so well, got around the ball. Instead of inside out, he went inside in. The forehand winner.
Fritz came up after that point with a big sarcastic smile on his face looking towards his team. 30-15 serve off the net and long.
Both men 15 forehand winners.
Second serve for Fritz. It's going to be a kicker up the tee. Forehand for Foe. Now steps into a backhand. Goes middle. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe forehand inside out. Fritz tracks down a backhand. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz forehand cross on the run. Tiafoe forehand up the line. Dug out by Fritz. Tiafoe backhand on the run. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. We've reset the point. Tiafoe goes backhand up the line. Running forehand Fritz cross. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz forehand up the line to a backhand cross from Tiafoe. Sliced back by Fritz. Tiafoe forehand up the line. Tiafoe is going to have a backhand slice up the line. Fritz backhand slice. Tiafoe backhand slice back up the line. Fritz running forehand. Dug out by Tiafoe. Backhand Fritz cross. Tiafoe digs that out. It's short. Fritz into an open court as Tiafoe taps out. Oh my!
What a point and what a call, Mike Cation. And Frances Tiafoe just stopped, fully stopped Leif Shiras.
Oh yeah, well he was exhausted, wasn't he? He'd put so much into this point, and he just knew that he could not cover that last ball from Fritz into the forehand corner. And that's a huge moment for Fritz. Can he build on that? Can he make that a turning point and not just a single point in the game?
Longest rally of the night at 31 shots. Game points Fritz. Serve trying to go out wide. Legs didn't react for him. Into the net. Second serve upcoming, but just circle that 30-15 point. Second serve good. Tiafoe goes big. Oh my! Easy raw power return winner off the forehand side for Big Foe.
I think the term is insouciant. He just casual brilliance. What do you do with this?
Insouciant what?
Yes, exactly.
It's my favorite Pokemon character.
Insouciant.
That was gigantic.
Oh my. 33rd winner for Tiafoe. Fritz has 36. Fritz has to wait for this crowd to settle down just a little bit. Serve good. Tiafoe was cheating. T got burned wide. Ace for Fritz. Well, we're getting into the meat of this set as Fritz gets us to 4-3. And I find myself wondering, because there have been a couple times now that we've talked about that Frances looks a little bit weary. Now we start to think about the fact that, as Nick pointed out at the beginning of this match, he has spent 3 hours more on court. Does that weariness factor in later in this fourth set and then potentially into a fifth?
I think it does. I mean, you have to consider that. We've had some serious weather here. Early in the first week of this tournament, temperatures were extreme. And those hours on court, that can add up, that can back up. And I think that could be a factor always coming down the stretch. 1 or 2 moments in a set. I think, these guys are so even right now. That last game was an indication that both are playing well at the same time.
Nick McCarville courtside as DJ Triz plays Martin Solveig and Dragonette's Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Were they saying hello to somebody in particular? There seemed to be a big pop in the crowd there for a second.
Yeah, Sue Bird and Megan Rapinoe are in the house. Some basketball and soccer legendary here. And, guys, I really go back to that 3 hours difference on court. And I thought that it was so important for Tiafoe to win that first set. And it feels, is he starting to feel some of the physical labor of this match? We're going to see here in these next coming games, but it is really feeling to me like he wants to close this out in 4 and not go 5.
I think he has to. I really do. I have this concern for him that, yeah, this is, the impetus needs to be there. And that has always been kind of, as I talked about earlier, that question. When the urgency is necessary, can Francis get to where he needs to be?
Yep, and you certainly don't want to surrender a lead. You know, that's one of the worst ways to lose a tennis match, but that's happened to Francis before. So he's got to take care. Respect the lead, respect your opponent. Total points won between both men, 105. Incredible.
Tiafoe from the near side. Serve up the tee is long. Second serve here at 3-4 in the fourth. Good. Fritz, big swing on that return. Misses to the bottom of the net. 15-love. I heard at least one person up in the stands cheer for Taylor there. There are a couple of them. 15-love serve tee good. Fritz rolls the forehand to a Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz backhand middle misses well long. 30-love. Trying to think back. I think this might be the first set where Fritz is on the negative ratio of winners to unforced errors. Right now, 7 winners, 8 unforced. I think that's right. 30-love at 3-4. Serve tee just long. Second serve, that's good. Fritz, big swing again. Forehand for Foe, who now has a forehand, goes up the line. Slice from Fritz into the net. One of the biggest returns that Fritz can hit, and Tiafoe just able to block it back up the line and really change the outcome of that point.
Yeah, Fritz is having a long conversation with his team. Yeah, be positive.
Yeah.
Move your legs.
Bring the energy, and that's always one of those tough things to hear from a coach, right? Nothing against Michael Russell, because that is, you know, what needs to be done, but that's a tough one to digest because you're looking for something strategy-wise.
Yeah.
Double fault here from Tiafoe trying to go into the body. It's 40-15, but that's a tough message to swallow at this stage.
I think, though, it was pointed, Mike. Taylor's just kind of let that cloud hang over him from that third set into this fourth. He is in this match.
Agreed. Serve netted for Tiafoe.
I think that's what we call tough love.
Tough love indeed, yeah. Second serve for Francis, good. Fritz back into a Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz, again, a massive swing and just misses into the bottom of the net. 4-all.
And who do you think he turned to and had a little bit of a frustrated motion towards Taylor Fritz there? His coach. Not to steal a famous line from Leif Shiras, but Grumpasaurus.
A little grumpy. He's a little grumpy. He's down 2-1 in the battle.
4-all serve tee is good. Digs out a forehand as Fritz. Foe goes forehand to a Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand to a Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe opens it up. Backhand corner now. Has to dig out a backhand through the middle. Fritz runs around forehand inside out. Tiafoe backhand now has to run to a forehand. Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Is going to miss long. It's 15-love. Solid, good targets there for Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, that was a good point. That time he had Tiafoe on the move. And I think he's a little more effective when he's up on the baseline. Take time away.
15-love serve good. Tiafoe short return, has to go backhand slice now. Fritz goes backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand cross. Good angle. Fritz backhand slice up the line lane's good. Tiafoe running forehand cross. Fritz squash shot off the forehand side will miss long. It's 15-all.
It's always so impressive when a player runs to his right and is able to find the outside edge of the ball and bring it back cross court with power and pace and angle. These guys make it look so easy, and it's not easy to do.
4-all in the fourth, 15-all. Fritz far side, serve tee long. Long run for the member of the ball crew to track that down. Fritz now finally ready. Second serve, good. Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz goes backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand to a Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz inside out forehand. Backhand slice from Tiafoe. He didn't move his feet to get up to it. That ball was a little bit short, and he misses into the net for 30-15.
Yeah, in his defense, it was a little bit of a mishit from Fritz. It didn't really have a proper trajectory. So it was almost like a mishit drop shot. Take it and move on. If you're Tiafoe, forget about it.
30-15 serve T, lob return. Looks like it's going to miss long. Indeed it does. Game points, Taylor Fritz. Not a single break chance here in this fourth set to this stage. Serve into the net for Fritz. Tiafoe backing off the baseline just a shade. Now stepping into it. Second serve, return through the middle. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe doesn't make too much of an effort for it. So Fritz does get it to 5-4. We're deep in the fourth set with Tiafoe 2-1 lead on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. I didn't know we'd gone into mid-70s funk here. Claude's going deep here.
He's laying it down.
I think he is.
Very cool styling.
I'm not mad about it. It's Mike Cation, Leaf Shiras. Nick McCarville with his Mr. Rogers cardigan strapped on here tonight.
Hey, you neighbor.
You went from being the coolest guy in the party to Mr. Rogers. That was kind of a move.
Mr. Rogers was the coolest guy at the party.
Compliment.
Was he? Yes.
Okay.
Accepted.
Absolutely. Great human being. 4-5. Tiafoe serving out wide. Gets a forehand, goes inside out. Fritz digs that out. Tiafoe inside out forehand. Fritz again on the run with the backhand. This time he misses it long. 15-love. I mean, if you get played by Tom Hanks in a movie, you know you're doing something right.
That's pretty good. You have to admit it. You're right.
Tiafoe, a ball got away from here. The ball crew had to go pick up the mess. Now ready, I think. 15-love. Again, you can hear from the upper rafters here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. This crowd getting antsy. Serve, T, wide. Michael Russell also getting pretty antsy right now. Second serve for Tiafoe, good. Fritz backhand cross. Tiafoe digs that out, but pushes the backhand wide. Think back again to the second set, right? Tiafoe was the one who had to serve from behind, faced a set point on his serve at 4-5, then got broken at love at 5-6. That certainly factors into the brain here late in a fourth set as well. 4-5, 15-all, far side for Tiafoe. Serve out wide is well long. Second serve for Tiafoe. That's good. Fritz, big forehand. Tiafoe has to dig that out. Does. Backhand from Fritz. Tiafoe digs that out as well. Now goes backhand cross. Fritz backhand middle, Tiafoe backhand middle. We've reset the point here. Tiafoe goes backhand middle, Fritz backhand middle, Tiafoe backhand up the line. Squash shot from Fritz is going to miss long, and again, that backhand line has come up big. It's some really big moments here tonight, 30-15.
Yeah, it sure has. Fritz tried to defend that by sliding with his right leg, kind of an underspin squash shot, and it sailed on him. And this is where the speed of this court is challenging for Fritz. It's not easy for him to defend.
Absolutely packed house here. Nobody leaving Arthur Ashe Stadium right now, as we are just past 10:30 local time in a fourth set. 4-5, 30-15. Serve out wide is an ace for Frances Tiafoe. Into double figures, his 10th of the night. Game points at 40-15. At 4-5, 2-1 lead. Serve T just long. Knocks over one of his rackets. Tiafoe's at his bench there, that ball did. Second serve for Tiafoe. Into the net, it's a double fault. Third of the set. 7th of the night. He is serving 40% in this set.
I'm sorry, did you just say 40?
Yeah. 10 of 25. Serve at 40-30, T, net it. Sign of tired legs, maybe? Second serve for Tiafoe. Double fault again.
Yeah, just took his eye off the ball a little bit here. I mean, you don't want to rush through a service game that is so valuable. Take your time, make sure you're ready to play the point when you step up to the line.
That second double fault in a row, Mike, I think you're right. It did look tired. It looked like it was his body sort of trying to push through a moment there. Fritz suddenly 2 points from this set.
At deuce, serve T, not even close. Well long. Second serve for Tiafoe. Good. Backhand Fritz. Tiafoe goes forehand middle. Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe inside out forehand lands good. Backhand Fritz. Tiafoe. He yanks that into the crowd behind Taylor Fritz. From 40-15 to set point Fritz.
Suddenly the pressure was on, and Tiafoe did not respond well, mistimed the forehand badly. Thank you very much, up into the crowd.
This is a near carbon copy of the second. Nothing doing, no break chances until this moment. Remember, 4-5, Fritz did have a set point there, got it to 7-5. Here we go, set point Fritz. Tiafoe serving, good. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe inside out forehand. Fritz backhand middle and short. Drop shot. Tiafoe's into the net. Absolute disaster for Frances Tiafoe, giving away that fourth set. And we're headed to the fifth. 2 sets apiece. 1 set for the U.S. Open final on U.S. Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Well, Mike Cation, Leaf Tyrus here in the booth, Nick McCarville courtside. I am flabbergasted by what I just saw at the end of that fourth set. I think the Fritz camp was as well. You had Michael Russell screaming, come on. You had Morgs in the front row just delighted by that giveaway. I can't get my brain around right now, Leaf Tyrus, how Frances Tiafoe comes through and wins this match. And I hate to say that because I think he's playing at a pretty good level. I just don't know how you overcome that.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing at a good level. And we saw it in the second set where he failed to get it done right at the end of the set. And, you know, shot selection is so important because suddenly the pressure can get ratcheted up fairly quickly, and he did not respond well. And that's it's going to be a tough one. We'll see if he can respond to that because that didn't go well for him.
Nick McCarville, you're courtside, and I'm just wondering what you saw from Frances Tiafoe in those moments there after, again, it was 40-15, and then he's into a fifth set. How does he respond here?
Well, I think you called it really well there, Mike. I think the legs let him go there in the fourth set, and he sort of let his mind get taken over by his body. And so now he's got to will himself through. Frances isn't out of this match, guys. Let's not, I don't think anyone's saying that, but it is going to be the advantage. And you can feel it on court here. The pendulum has swung.
Fritz serving to start this set as well, and that is also extremely important because we've seen how Tiafoe has folded twice. Late in the second, late in the fourth.
Yeah, and nice for Taylor that he gets to serve first.
Yes.
His best shot maybe is serve. Use your best weapon to build the lead.
37 winners to 33 unforced right now for Fritz. Second serve is good, gets a backhand, goes middle. Tiafoe backhand middle, Fritz goes backhand cross, Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz backhand cross, Tiafoe backhand cross, Fritz backhand cross, Tiafoe backhand up the line, in behind it, but misses that backhand well long. It's 30-love.
Now, he hasn't missed too many backhands. He's got one of the best in the business, but that one, that flew. That was way over the baseline. What's going through his mind right now? He's got to get focused, get centered, get right.
He loves serve out wide is an ace. No effort there from Tiafoe. Lets that one slide by. That is ace number 13. Yeah, looking at the unforced errors for Tiafoe, 15 on the forehand, remarkably 14 actually on that backhand leaf. That's a high number for him.
That is.
39 total for Frances on the night. Serve good. Forehand return up the line. Fritz gets that back in play. Tiafoe forehand to a Fritz. Forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand into the bottom of the net. Quick hold to love for Fritz to start. He's going to have new balls in the next game, will Frances Tiafoe. So that means, yeah, 15 off the forehand, 14 off the backhand, 8 double faults, including 2 massive ones there. Couple of volley errors as well.
Yeah, but it's been a sloppy night and an erratic night. However, this is a very fast hard court. The conditions are very quick. You're going to make a few more mistakes in these fast conditions, so we'll give him that because he is still in this, as Nick said, right? It's one set for a spot in the U.S. Open final. He just needs to get his head right.
Nick, are you surprised that Frances has not tried to engage this crowd very much?
Well, I just think that the physicality of it there at the end of the fourth set hasn't really had, you can hear all the coaching going on. These are new balls for Frances Tiafoe. Mike, I think he needs a reason to, right? I think he needs a couple bursts of his best tennis, and we see here, again, missing a first serve easily. Just hasn't had that moment these last 20 minutes or so.
Second serve is good. Fritz goes backhand middle. Tiafoe forehand to a Fritz. Backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand middle misses long. Love 15. 9 straight points right now for Taylor Fritz. Some of these streaks we've seen tonight, right? 23 straight points on serve for Fritz at one stage. Tiafoe had 18. 9 straight points overall for Taylor Fritz. Serve, Tiafoe missed wide up the tee. This feels like an absolute danger moment right here. Second serve at love 15, good. Fritz goes backhand up the line, Tiafoe forehand. Fritz goes backhand cross, it's good. Tiafoe backhand cross, Fritz backhand through the middle. Tiafoe forehands into the net, love 30.
Yeah, and that last backhand from Fritz, he was very wise. He hit it straight down the center. He didn't flirt with trying to squeeze it down the line. He played high percentage tennis. Make your opponent play a difficult point under pressure. That's just what Fritz did, and Tiafoe coughed up the air.
10 straight points at a crucial point of this match. Crowd again trying to get there with Tiafoe. It's love 30 at love 1 in the 5th. Serve well wide.
Feels like the legs are gone.
Second serve, Tiafoe, good. Fritz goes big forehand to Tiafoe, forehand middle. Fritz inside out, forehand, clean winner. Tiafoe, no effort to get out there once again. Smoke show right now for Taylor Fritz. He's got 3 break chances.
Yeah, that serve was very soft. Taylor leaned on it, and then the next forehand was a monster. Inside out, boom.
Feels like the match right here. Love 40, serve, good. Fritz rolls the forehand, good. Tiafoe forehand crosslands, good. Squash shot, Fritz. Tiafoe volley, good. Ends the streak at 11. Still 2 more break chances to come.
Yeah, and maybe that's how we describe this match. It's been streaky.
Hitting the 3-hour mark during this next point. Fritz is 3 of 7 on the night with his break chances as we close in on 11 o'clock as well. 15:40 on the Tiafoe serve. Tosses up. Serve, good, it's an ace. Number 11 on the night.
That was a clutch delivery. The location was perfect, right at the juncture of the tee.
Francis's girlfriend, Ian, saying one more.
Yeah, she sure did.
30-40. Serve from Francis. Tee long. Tiafoe's lost all 3 second serve points here in this game. The second, good. Fritz goes big cross. Tiafoe digs it out, but it's into the net, and there's your break. And maybe your match. Taylor Fritz in the driver's seat for the first time. 2-love here in the 5th.
This is the first time, guys, that he's led this match since that first break of the match.
Yes.
Right?
Correct. 3-love. And lost the next 5 games from there and then lost the set. You can hear it in the crowd, right? Just this murmur of...
Absolutely.
Yeah, our guy is behind. Fritz here, 2-love, serves tee net.
A lot of folks filing back in after they left after the 4th set.
We're going to see the bad news on the scoreboard. Backhand return off the net and good from Tiafoe. Backhand Fritz stays back at the baseline. Goes backhand middle. Tiafoe forehand cross lands good. Lob Fritz. Overhead Tiafoe good. Fritz almost tracks it down, but it's love 15.
One thing that Tiafoe was doing so well early on was playing with variety, attacking with variety. He spent a fair amount of time up at the net. He hasn't been up there much of late.
Serve for Fritz out wide is an ace. Second of this set, 14th of the night. 125 out wide. 15 all. From the far side right now is Fritz, 12th seed, serve into the net. Will move to world number 7 in the live rankings if he wins here today. Second serve good. Tiafoe forehand nowhere close to the court, misses it well long, 30-15. Will be inside the top 10 for the first time since February. Got as high as number 5 back in February of last year. Serve at 30-15, up the tee is good. A really good one, just off the frame of Tiafoe. Taylor Fritz gained points here to push this lead in the 5th. Serve T, ace! Well, this has been an impressive stretch here for Taylor Fritz. 5 games on the trot. It's a 3-love lead here in the 5th lead.
It's been a remarkable run, and suddenly, because he has the edge in the scoreboard, he looks to have more energy. His serve has pop, his groundies have a little more juice, and he's moving well. It's amazing how the score can make you feel good and allow you to play the kind of tennis you want to play. The question is for Tiafoe, does he have enough gas in the tank to fashion a response from this deficit now?
This is where, guys, I feel like the juncture of the match where the head-to-head really starts to haunt Frances Tiafoe, too, in the sense of he's only won 1 of 7 matchups against Taylor Fritz, and now it's just getting in his head like, I can't beat this guy. That's how it sort of feels right now in terms of this matchup.
Can you explain what's happening right in front of you right now? I'm watching it and I'm trying to...
I don't know. There's a lot of cleaning the floor behind Tiafoe. It feels like maybe the AC machine that the players use, maybe that had a leak, but those guys are gone with used towels.
Well, on top of it, awkwardly, it was, they're using sanitizer. They're not just picking up towels, they're using sanitizer. So it made me wonder if there was, some sort of coolant from the air conditioner.
Yes.
Was there blood on the ground?
Maybe.
Possibly. Regardless.
I can't know everything courtside.
Regardless,
I try to know some things.
There's a little bit of blood on the court in some sense here. Frances Tiafoe having to spill a little bit right now. Can he dig deep? Down love 3 from the far side. Serve into the net. Second serve for Frances. Good. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe rolls a forehand to a backhand up the line from Fritz. Tiafoe forehand middle. Fritz goes forehand up the line. Tiafoe backhand cross, sliced back by Fritz. Tiafoe inside in forehand. Fritz tracks that down. Big swing. Squash shot from Tiafoe is well long. Love 15.
And Fritz should feel like all I need to do here, play a really good, tough game. Make Tiafoe work hard to get a game with me in the lead. I've still got my serve. I'm just going to make him play every point. Stretch him out, make him work hard, see if he's got any legs and heart left.
13-3, the point count here in this 5th set. At love 15, again, this crowd wanting to get Frances at least level here. He has a backhand, goes cross. Fritz backhand up the line. Volley from Tiafoe's into the net. It's love 30. It's all Fritz right now.
And just a totally opposite vibe from each of the respective boxes. Fritz's box up off their feet, Leaf, and just a lot of dejection right now from Tiafoe's box. Now they're standing, trying to pump up their guy.
Yeah, that's a nice, I love to see that. I love to see teams getting behind their man, trying to pull him through, urge him on, transfer some of that energy they feel to him. Great drama.
Love 30 serve. T good. Fritz rolls a backhand just long. Up the line. 15-30. Now 15 feet behind the baseline for this return is Taylor. Serve Tiafoe up the line, up the tee is a good one. Return error out of Taylor Fritz for 30 all. Again, the crowd hushes here. 30 all serve into the net from Tiafoe. Second serve for him. Good. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe rolls a forehand to a Fritz forehand middle. Tiafoe forehand up the line. Misses long. Virtual match points here for Taylor Fritz at 30-40.
Yeah, if you're Tiafoe, you've got to find a first serve. Get into the point on your terms.
He's serving 45% in this set. Struggled with it through the fourth as well as the legs have given way. Ready to go with this crowd still in a bit of a roar. Misses the first into the net. Second serve for Tiafoe at 30-40. Double fault. There goes the racket for Frances Tiafoe. He dumps it onto the ground. Has to go pick it up. But this match might be done. 2-break lead here for Taylor Fritz. 4-love in the fifth.
Yeah, that's, again, a painful way to lose your serve. He fought back from low 30 down, but just could not sustain enough good tennis those last couple of points.
He's just so frustrated, Francis. And guys, this is a little awkward too with the new change in fan movement.
Yep.
Is that you've got a lot of people now running out to beat traffic.
Heartbreaking. Forehand up the line for Fritz. Backhand Tiafoe. Fritz backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand middle. Fritz goes backhand middle. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Running forehand Fritz. Tiafoe forehand cross is a good one. Forehand winner. 4-love 15.
Yeah, if he's going to come back from a love 4 deficit in the fifth, he has to strike right now.
Yep.
This break of serve is, well, a must. He's got one step in that direction.
Serve, good. Tiafoe return through the middle. Fritz forehand off the net. Back onto his side. Love 30. You can just hear how this crowd desperate to see the dramatics of a fifth set. Serve out wide, good one. Francis return through the middle, misses long. 15-30. Fritz ready. Serve out wide is into the net. Took a little bit off there, just 109. Off of that first serve. Second here. Good. Tiafoe forehand up the line. Fritz goes forehand middle. Tiafoe forehand inside out to a Fritz backhand cross. Backhand up the line for Tiafoe. Forehand for Fritz. Misses long on the pass. Tiafoe does have a couple of looks to get back into this one.
Listen to this, guys.
It's bonkers, man. It's 2 breaks, and you can just, I mean, they desperately want Francis through this. 15-40 serve. Fritz out wide is wide. Second serve for Fritz. Into the net. It's a double fault. And listen to this roar. Breaks traded. A little bit of a fist pump from Tiafoe towards his team. Leaf, what do you make of that?
It was a stunning turn of events. I thought it was going to be over, but suddenly Tiafoe just laced a couple of returns. Beautiful timing. So he dug deep to find one step back. We'll see if he can sustain it. And I tell you, the happiest guy in New York right now is Jannik Sinner. Watch. He's probably thinking these guys are busting, you know, every muscle they have to get this one W.
Well, I saw
Sinner's resting
on social media right after, or yeah, right at the end of their match. I think, you know, one person posted on Twitter, well, it looks like this next match, Tiafoe and Fritz, is going to be the men's final because of the fact that Sinner dealing with that left wrist. The fact that these two are just beating each other up so physical here tonight. I think it all kind of balances out in the end. It's going to be a lively contest on Sunday.
Maybe. And, you know, listen, Sinner's a pro. And if his wrist is sore, he's going to find a way to manage through that. You don't give up the opportunity to win a major because of a sore wrist. You're going to deal with it. And
hey, guys.
Whoever gets through this one, they're going to have to deal with recovery. They'll get through that.
Sorry, Leaf. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Michael Russell just telling Taylor Fritz, calm down. That was the first message after the double fault on break point. So simmer down now. And then also put your blinders on.
Yeah.
Focus on what's ahead of you. And now Mike Russell standing, obviously the whole Tiafoe box standing up for Francis. But that was the message from Mike Russell. It's just calm down. You are still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and it's got to be such an odd feeling too. This is, Taylor's home slam as well. He should be getting this love in his first ever U.S. Open semifinal. He's just on the wrong end of the crowd. Has a very good return. Now running to a backhand cross. Tiafoe backhand up the line, misses long. Is approaching behind it, love 15. But I think he knew that going in. I think he knew if it was going to go to a fifth set, they were likely to be behind Francis.
He did. He knew that.
Yeah, this guy's one of the most popular players in the world for a reason.
Indeed. Love 15 at 1-4 in the fifth. Serve T wide. Second serve for Tiafoe. That's good. Fritz back into a Tiafoe backhand cross. He pulled it wide, and just again, it's the feet. He looks down at them. Just no movement there to get into a good position. It's love 30.
Yeah, he's. And you can hear them urging him on, just go in, which obviously means try and get yourself up to the net.
Yeah.
Try and find a way to end the point.
Tiafoe 0 for 8 on his second serve points here in this set right now. Serve good. Fritz rolls the forehand. Oh, he gets on the ground. Is he all right? Backhand for Fritz. He's back in the point. Forehand Tiafoe. Fritz forehand cross. Tiafoe forehand up the line. He pushed it wide. Taylor Fritz. Boy, I was concerned about him rolling an ankle there. He's looking down at his left ankle here as well. Doesn't look like it's a problem. Regardless, it's 3 break chances at love 40.
Yeah, Tiafoe tried to hit a winner there. He really should have hit that into the corner and come into the net.
Yes. And again, very quickly to the line. Tons of time left on the serve clock. He serves long. Again, 3 break chances for Taylor Fritz. Second serve, Tiafoe good. Fritz goes back in through the middle. It's good. Tiafoe reacted like that had missed, but he was the one who missed. 5-1, Taylor Fritz on the precipice. 1 game away from the U.S. Open final.
Yeah, remarkable turn of events there. You thought Tiafoe had broken back with a reason that he was going to come and secure his service game. Instead, broken at love.
Wow. So here he is serving for the match. Taylor Fritz, serve T, good. Gets a forehand, goes inside out. Tiafoe backhand misses wide. Those shoulders are slumped.
Yeah, he's so frustrated, Francis. He's just so disappointed. I think he's still living at the end of that 4th set.
Serve at 15 love, good. Ship return, good. Fritz forehand to a Tiafoe backhand is into the net. It's 30 love.
Yeah, this set, these moments down the stretch, we were talking about the 3 hours of time spent on court that Tiafoe has spent longer than Fritz in reaching this point. That's significant now.
At 30 love, serve T. Oh, it's a let. It's a let.
3 hours, Leaf. That's an entire extra match. It's like Francis had to play 6 rounds to get to the semis.
Another first serve here at 30 love for Taylor Fritz. Serve T just long. Second serve, good. Tiafoe forehand up the line. Fritz digs it out. Tiafoe forehand cross. Fritz digs that out as well. Backhand Tiafoe. Fritz backhand slice cross court. Tiafoe backhand up the line. Fritz forehand volley. Tiafoe's missed wide. Taylor Fritz, match point. Such a big moment for American tennis. First time in nearly 2 decades to have 2 American men face off in a semifinal. And now Taylor Fritz with it on the line. Match point serve, and he finishes with an ace. Taylor Fritz will play for his country's Grand Slam title, advancing to his first U.S. Open final. 4-6, 7-5, 4-6, 6-4, 6-1 over his close friend Frances Tiafoe. Taylor Fritz will have the chance to put an end to the U.S. men's drought on Sunday against Jannik Sinner. Throws his arms to the air and finally hears it from this crowd. It's Taylor Fritz moving on here in New York.
Yeah, what a recovery. Down 2-1 and able to dig deep and win it the 4th and the 5th sets. That's impressive. Moment for the family and his friends to celebrate, no doubt, but for Taylor Fritz, he's going to be thinking about himself and seeing himself a little bit differently after a win like today. Semi-final win, catapulting into the championship match. Well, he's erasing a few demons that have been lurking in any player who struggled to get past the quarterfinals of a major. Look at Andrei Rublev. What is he, 0-10? Taylor Fritz has put those things behind him. Any doubts about his place in the game?
Frances Tiafoe got some help cleaning up the laundry, now puts the bag on his back, thanking this crowd. Absolutely gutted, tears on his face. A completely dejected Frances Tiafoe, and understandably.
He is devastated, Mike.
That's a tough one to watch as he goes through the tunnel. A court attendant helping with his laundry, 4 of his rackets as well. And he's into the locker room. Taylor Fritz toweling off here before heading out on court. This interview, I can tell by the suit, is going to be with Christopher Eubanks. Always incredibly well-dressed, Mr. Eubanks. Let's hear from these 2 young Americans.
Taylor, that was an incredible effort, physically, mentally. Frances came out and played some really good tennis to get up 2-0, and you stayed with it. You stayed true to your 2-1. Sorry, you stayed with it. You stayed true. What were the keys in order for you to be able to turn that match around?
He was overwhelming me from the baseline so much. He was taking the ball so early, changing lines so well. It was just like really overwhelming, and I just tried to tell myself to stay in it and fight to just hold my serve and kind of just apply that scoreboard pressure as much as possible. I told myself that if I didn't give it absolutely everything I had, to just stick with it and see if, you know, his level might drop a little bit, then I was going to regret it for a long time. So I just did everything I could to just stay in it.
You know, you said that, you know, you told yourself to stay in it, but I looked over at your coaching box a little bit, and Michael Russell, who's usually one of the most calm, cool, and collected coaches, seemed to get really, really into it. Did hearing him kind of, you know, give you that energy, did that also play a part in kind of turning that momentum and getting your energy level up?
I mean, I think a big thing was a lot of these points that were being played where I felt like I wasn't really doing anything wrong and I was just getting overwhelmed. I was freaking out a little bit, and he kind of just told me to keep doing what I was doing, and it kind of just accepted that's okay and keep making him do it. And I think that, you know, it helped me just calm me down and reaffirm I was doing the right thing.
Well, you did the right thing, and you also did something else that's incredibly special. Tonight, you became the first American man in 18 years to advance to the finals of the U.S. Open.
Tears right now for Taylor Fritz.
Taylor, I know you. I know how hard you work. I know how much you put into this moment right here. When you hear that you will be playing in the finals of the U.S. Open come Sunday, what goes through your mind?
I mean, it's the reason why I do what I do. It's the reason why I work so hard. I mean, I'm in the finals of the U.S. Open.
I'm sure it's a dream come true. You're going to have a couple days to kind of get ready for it, but I got to ask, in that final of the U.S. Open, you will face Jannik Sinner. I want to get your thoughts on that match and what you look forward to doing over the next 48 hours to prepare for the final on Sunday.
Like I said, it's a dream come true. I'm in the final, so I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna give everything I possibly have, and I know that for a fact. I'm gonna give it everything I can possibly give it, so I can't wait.
And I know this crowd in New York will be behind you 100%. Ladies and gentlemen, our #1 American and U.S. Open finalist, Taylor Fritz.
That's a pretty special moment.
Well, that's hugely special for, I think, all American tennis fans, and obviously special for Taylor and for his family, who have been such an integral part of his development and his career. And to see him have success like that and face adversity like he did. I mean, he had to take on one of his buds. He had to take on a stadium that was sort of pulling for Tiafoe.
Yeah.
And he got through it, and he cemented his place in the game, didn't he?
Nick McCarville, your final thoughts from courtside before you fight through this incredible crowd, and we'll have a gold star waiting for you.
Well, now the fans here are going to get rewarded with some autographed tennis balls from Taylor Fritz. That's the noise you guys hear now as he hits it high into the rafters. I thought that was a very human moment from Taylor Fritz. I think oftentimes he has hesitated in sharing who he really is. I think it's been hard. I think he's an introvert. I said that at the opening of the match. And that was human. Those were real tears. That was real emotion. And Mike and Leif, as you really well described, that was one of his best friends in the world that he just beat in 5 sets in a match really that was on the racket of Frances Tiafoe deep in that 4th set. So for Taylor Fritz to come through the way that he did, we talked a lot about the dynamic of Tiafoe not unraveling, but starting to fade in that match. How about a thought on Taylor Fritz, who's been so hardworking? Chris Eubanks said it. He has taken the last 2-3 years, and every single year he has upped his physical game off the court. He brings in Michael Russell on the court, and he has absolutely worked so hard to earn this moment in his career. And guys, it does not matter if Jannik Sinner is injured in the final. You give Taylor Fritz the chance to win the U.S. Open and to be the first American man to win this title since Andy Roddick in 2003. Taylor just coming over near to me, chatting with Chris Eubanks here, and he's going to sign a few autographs for kids courtside. He is making a moment in their lives in what is a true moment in his life.
All right, thank you so much, Nick McCarville. As always, an incredible whisperer. And now he'll get to come and join us here. And Leif, listen, you and I both have been around it. You in Southern California, me traveling the Challenger circuit for the last 10 years since these guys came up together. This means a lot. There is no doubt that Taylor, Tommy, Frances, Riley, what they have meant over the last 10 years, and now finally one of them gets to do it on Sunday. And it's a big spot. It's not at one of the other 3. It's at their home slam. And I just have this sense that Taylor is going to have those 3 guys in particular right with him when he plays Jannik Sinner on Sunday.
No doubt about it, because Taylor Fritz wouldn't be where he is today without those guys around him. That competitive friction that the American players have had over all these years of their wonderful development. And, we've been talking for a long time that we need a big dog, an American to step up and be a part of a major final, get that spot in the top 10, and be a consistent part of the tennis community at that elite level. And I think Taylor Fritz is knocking on that door tomorrow or for the championship match.
It's going to be a lot of fun on Sunday, but let's get you ready for tomorrow because U.S. Open Radio does not stop. And Leif, we're going to get you set tomorrow, 11:30, getting you ready for the doubles final on Ash on the men's side, the Aussie team. Max Purcell, Jordan Thompson taking on the Germans Kevin Kravitz and Tim Putz, who once was golden setted in singles. Tim Putz actually went from a golden set early in his singles career, now going for a Grand Slam title here, the U.S. Open on the double side. That will begin at 12 o'clock, pregame at 11:30. And then our women's singles final. 4 o'clock start. We'll have pregame starting at 3:30. Myself, Zena Garrison, Sophie Amiak will be courtside, and it's going to be first-time champions on both the women's and the men's side here. First-time U.S. Open champion, Pegula Sabalenka. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, again, nice to have an American, Jessica Pegula, playing in her first major final. just like Taylor Fritz is on the men's side of things. So it's a wonderful opportunity for her. She's got a great chance against Sabalenka. No doubt Arena is playing lovely tennis. She's going to be a handful on these fast courts. Hopefully Pegula can get into that match. If she can win that first set, she's going to have a great shot to win the match and maybe win her first major title.
It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Again, we'll get you started beginning at 11:30 and then a 3:30 pregame for that women's final, Pegula and Sabalenka. Leaf, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for coming and joining us for a little bit of time. We had some good times, huh?
It's been fabulous.
Boys in the back do an incredible job as always. For Nick, for Leaf, I'm Mike Cation signing off. You have been listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And now Taylor Fritz with it on the line. Match point serve, and he finishes with an ace. Taylor Fritz will play for his country's Grand Slam title, advancing to his first US Open final. 4-6, 7-5, 4-6, 6-4, 6-1 over his close friend Frances Tiafoe. Taylor Fritz will have the chance to put an end to the U.S. men's drought on Sunday against Jannik Sinner. Throws his arms to the air and finally hears it from this crowd. It's Taylor Fritz moving on here in New York.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.